I'm gonna turn the music up a little bit. Thank you. I am wearing like a dress, but I'm also wearing this little sweater on top of it because I get cold down here. I don't know, I could probably take this off for now. See, I wanted to wear something like pinkish for Dixie, but I actually don't own that many like pink things. That's the problem. I'm not really like a pink person. I have a lot of red stuff. Like I wear the color red all the time, but pink not so much. But I have something that at least has some pink on it that I could wear. So. I wish I had a little like pink beret to wear, but I have some berets, but they're not pink. Plus I would have to like wear it like either like under my headphones and it would get like squished under there, or maybe try to put it on top of my headphones. I don't know. Oh boy, being compared to a Professor Chops, that's just the height of beauty. Like you were more beautiful to me than Professor Chops. Like wow. Don't flatter me too much, you know. Like I hardly believe it. I know it's high praise from Traveler though, so I do take it as a compliment. I mean, I got the glasses. I'm basically Professor Chops. I'm halfway there. Okay, let's do this. Good old Chrono. We should have gone 1 more percent so we could be the funny Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy number. But, you know, I didn't know what percentage we were at. We should have done, like, 1 more level or something. Oh, well. Alright. So we left off right before Creeping Clasps, which is the lag level. Oh, you know what? That reminded me, I wanted to look at something real quick. You know, the description of Clasp in this instruction manual here that really confused me last time was exclusive rope baddie, again with the rope baddie description, who shimmies toward the players. This tough member of the Clasp family who will home in on you if you stay on the same rope for too long. Yeah, it's a little bit weirdly phrased there, because it's calling Clasp a member of the Clasp family, thus implying that there are other members of the Clasp family. But I was wondering if I don't know if we had discussed this, but was Kraka, our friend Kraka, the real Kremling who really exists, and is only in the GBA version of this, were they supposed to be like in this game originally and they just got cut? So basically a Kraka is just basically a Kaboom. Like this game's version of Kaboom is just a TNT Kremling that just like runs at you instead of being on ropes. But I was wondering if this description was maybe like cut from their description and like just crudely pasted in here, but it doesn't really sound like that because it talks about like being on a rope too, so I don't know. Yeah, I had forgotten about Crack. Well, the thing is, I did play the GBA version of this, but I don't know if I ever like noticed that they had a different name and they were technically considered a different Kremling and not just like Clasp but on the ground, you know? I mean, I guess that makes sense. You can't call them Clasp if they're not clasping anything. They're not firmly clasping it. Unless they're clasping something inside their barrel, which, you know what? I don't need to know about that. But, I mean, I guess if they're about to explode, they might as well enjoy their last few minutes of life. I don't know. Okay, let's play this game. Yeah. Hold on. I gotta make sure that... There we go. Be a little more, like, center in the frame. I hope this is okay. And it's kind of a weird angle to be looking at the TV, but... We can't be talking about all this stuff. There's a child present, Kitty Kong. It's okay, Kitty doesn't know what we're talking about. So when you do speedrun this game, you want to kill Kitty before he even gets into this level. because having both the Kongs in this level makes the game slow down a lot. So you want to just have like one Kong, and you'd want it to be Dixie, I guess, because it's just better and easier. Oh my god, I didn't put in Mary! What the frick, I forgot! I forgot that it doesn't, like, you have to put it in every time. It's not just like a Mary file now. I'm gonna have to reset. We gotta... Doing the forbidden non-Christmas bonus. What is this? What are these regular-ass chunky Kong bananas? Do you think the bananas are green because Kitty can also pick them up because he's Chunky's brother, so Kitty is also allowed to pick up the green bananas. And, you know, Dixie, by proxy of being with him, can also do it. Oh, this bonus is a pain in the ass to get to. Yeah, it's because Twitch is really bad about notifying people of streams. But you can usually depend on me doing a stream Saturday afternoons at some point, unless something comes up for me, but... The recoil who can't get it up. Frickin'... The Bananium gems are yeah, they're kind of yellow-greenish. They got a little bit of a greenish, like, lime green tint going on. Not as green as, like, the straight-up Emerald Rush bananas, though. See, here we can see the slowdown really happening. The 3 in a row recoils, you can't get it up. Poor guys. Their tails are just, they're having a little dysfunction with their tails. Reptile dysfunction, there you go. Didn't even have to wait for Andre on that one. Oh, there goes that. Come back! It's okay, just get another one. I like that it implies that there's water past this little hut thing, because you heard it like splash down. You just can't go in there. Alright, I gotta save and I gotta reset so we can put Mary in. Wrinkly's about to get the Mario game over. Sorry, I'm catching up on the chat a little bit. Good question. There we go. Much better. Maybe when she said she's on her last life, she's not talking about the game. She knew that her own death was coming quickly. And when she says, you know, I'm on my last life, I need to do this, she just really wants to finish Mario 64 before she dies. Little did we know how serious it was at the time, you know? Oh, another waterfall level, my favorite. This, the waterfalls need to, like, I don't know, like, it looks so, like, crusty and brown here, like, the grass looks all dead. The waterfalls need to maybe, like, expand their range a little bit. Yeah, like, it should be pretty, but the fact that the grass looks so, like, dried out. I appreciate that, you know, much like DKC2, like, all of the different level archetypes, even when they repeat the same type of level, it has, like, a different color palette overall. But that makes some of them look, weirder than others, for sure. And, like, a Bobbing Barrel Brawl, as I was discussing last time, looks like a Cheeto-themed level. It's so orange. It's, like, ridiculously orange. I think it's supposed to be, like, sunset or something. I don't know. It's Ellie time. You know what? I think, when did we find out that Ellie was going to be the next statue? It was during this week, right? Like, when the Goon event started? Because I don't think I mentioned it, last week. A lot has happened this week. You know, it's really only been a week since I last played this game, but it feels like it's been a really long time. A lot has happened, especially for the Donkey Kong fans out there. Yeah, you know, it's funny because on Sunday I started DK64 on the Switch, and I was totally gonna play more of it this week, but that Goon event was so hard, pun not intended, and I had to do 2 sessions of that in addition to the Donkey Kong Challenge, which I'm not done with because I still need to do the Bonanza stuff there, but... You know what's crazy? Okay, so last time I played this, I mentioned having seen a post from an artist who worked on this game explaining how they made some of, like, the really cool backgrounds for this game despite, like, just learning the certain 3D modeling program they use, like, a month beforehand or something. Because we were talking about, like, how impressive this game does look and how, like, beautiful it does look despite having a different team working on it than the first 2 games. But I couldn't remember, like, which artist it was for sure. We thought it might have been Lee Ray, but I wasn't, like, 100% on that. And so I, like, looked up the credits of all the background artists who worked on this game. I tried to find their, like, art portfolios, their Twitters or whatever. I looked all through my Discord to see if I had shared this post at some point. I just could not find it. And it was sad. I spent, like, literally, like, 2 hours trying to find this post. And, maybe this artist, like, just doesn't have a Twitter anymore, which I wouldn't blame them. So it existed at some point, but now it doesn't. I don't know. I was sad that I couldn't find it again. Gotta make sure that I can... Alright. Hi, Victor. Yeah, I think for you know, ones for the older games, they really just kind of wanted to give people, like, a taste of those games. Like, oh, you never played Donkey Kong Land 2 before? Well, here you go, why don't you try it out? You know, I guess some of the DKC ones would be tricky if you haven't played the game, like, 500 times like I have. I mean, it is hard to beat the final boss of Donkey Kong Country. Like, objectively, that is a thing that people consider to be hard. But for me, it's not hard, because he's my boy, and I know how to deal with him. Alright, time for one of the best levels in the game, though. The infamous Fish Food Frenzy, where we get to... Here's the real reason this game is called Dixie's Double Trouble, because we have to babysit Kiddy Kong and this fish, and try to keep this fish happy. So here we go. Yeah, it's just like the first level of Donkey Kong Land 2. It's not even hard, but they just play and they're like, okay, that's enough. I mean, it would give people the wrong impression, because they play that level, and they hear that, like, really fun, you know, chiptune rendition of Snakey Shanty, and they're like, wow, I can't wait to hear this song more when I play the game. The full game. The real Donkey Kong Land 2 challenge should be like, it times you and you just have to sit there and you have to listen to Lockjaw's Saga for like an hour straight. This bonus is just like, I don't know. Well, we're underwater. Presents are appearing in a big square, that's it. Oh, these presents are all wet. Maybe the Sweden-themed wrapping paper is waterproof or something. Yeah, I always, you know, it's called Jingle Bells, so I think it's very intentional what she was going for there. But it's very much, we have Jingle Bell Rock at home, which is fine with me, because that's one of my favorite Christmas songs, you know. So it's a good song. Jingle Bell Rock, unironic banger. There is a bonus that's like down below one of these lurchins somewhere, and I can never remember where it is. We're not close to it yet, though. Thank you, Gordon. Shouldn't be a problem. Except for some of the Lost World levels near the end. Which I'm not a huge fan of. Oh no. Stop eating the spiky things, you fool. It's okay. No, no, no! He's getting pink. Quick. I think he resets if you get hurt, though, so... You can just sacrifice Kitty if you really need to. Just feed Kitty to the fish. Where'd he go? Okay. It's down... Is it down here? I've got to get him to eat one of these... Oh my god, this is bad. It's either... I think it might be up here. I'm gonna get eaten! Oh! Okay, just made it in time. Woo! This is a fun one, though. Some of the bonuses in this game are really fun because they use the unique mechanics of the levels in interesting ways. So now our friend Nibla just gets to have a feast. Those Cocos are just... They're just dead. They're just fish food for the larger fishes in the sea. Sorry, I was reading about the, this, Barracuda incident. Alright, time for one of the weirdest creatures in this game. So, what is Squirt exactly? some kind of, like, mollusk crustacean creature who lives in the wall of the waterfall. Aw, dang. Missed the one cycle. Who can stick their mouth hole out really far. Poor Ellie, no wonder she never came back in another game, except for almost Donkey Kong Racing. She had to deal with this. She's like, I've seen horrors you wouldn't imagine. Squirt's mouth, you know, it's like, oh, is that what happened to Fedora Kong's belly button? Alright, give me the flute. She was a spirit in Ultimate, this is true. Her spirit was there. Alright. Can we get the flower now? What? I don't remember what makes the flower appear exactly. So that it'll show up there eventually. I'm glad those horrible machines are destroyed. Perhaps my beautiful flowers can start to grow now. Yeah, I guess you just have to beat this part of the game and just like wait a little while. That's kind of cool. I like that. Yeah, he like picks her up by her hair, right? I mean, he is a baby. He doesn't know, he doesn't understand that that's rude, you know? Did anyone, you know, when playing this game, think that like the random like scatting in the background of this funky song like said something? You know, when you have a video game song that has like nonsense words in it or just syllables, I feel like especially kids tend to like hear them as different stuff. Like, you know, I'm wondering if anyone had that for this song, because I never really did for this one in particular, but okay, do I want to do, like, Krematoa stuff as we go, or... I guess I'll save it for a little bit later. I still gotta warm up a little bit, I think. I don't want to, like, do them all in a row at the end, or maybe I should. It does sound like True Dat, for sure. Someone else at some point, I don't remember who it was, but, thought it was saying, like, get you there, which I can also hear that. Get you there. And that makes sense in context. It's a cool doodad. All of these make sense for, like, the character of Funky and his role, so hey. I think it's just like a letter over here. Nope, there is bonus. Okay. I saw that this was brought up last time and I didn't respond to it, but like the ornament shapes, they've always been weird to me. Like they look like pears, but they also have like a scoop out of the middle of them. Like, I don't know what these Christmas ornaments are supposed to... They're very odd. They're not your stereotypical Christmas ornament. Are they like avocados or something? They kind of look like avocados. I like that you can just fall down there for, like, no reason. Okay. By the way, the cliff levels, I think this is our first one, but I really like them. I like the music. This is probably my favorite song in the game. But they have this, like, very, like, rugged beauty to them. I like that instead of it just being rocky cliffs, there's also, like, the flowers growing. It's really nice. It's gotta be my favorite, like, level type in this game. This one that I can never, like, figure out how you're really supposed to do it. You just kind of, like, flail around until it happens. You thread them onto the branches of the tree instead of just, like, hanging them. I don't know, I feel like the most stereotypical ones, at least here in the US, are just, like, orbs, you know, like, straight up just round. I think like, you're supposed to, like, bounce this off and, like, give you time to get over there by, like, bouncing it off of this part, but it's, like, so hard to do. That was almost good. There we go. This is it. Oh, there we go. Yeah. I just said what it was. It is the song from this level. But I like the entire soundtrack of this game. Ah! Boo! I gotta go... Oh, it's a little annoying to get back down there because of this guy. Whoa, and that guy! It is down here, right? Yeah, here we go. No. Yeah, actually, that was something I also wanted to bring up. So, I know that she retired from the game industry, and I mentioned last time that I had read an interview with her years ago. And I was trying to find that interview, and I found, like, links talking about it, like, from forums and stuff, but I don't know. There were, like, 2 different interviews, and I don't know if it was the same one that was hosted on 2 different sites, but it appeared to be, like, 2 different sites that had an interview with her. And both of them were, like, they didn't exist anymore. Like, the entire website didn't exist anymore. Like, 404 errors and stuff. And that was really sad. You know, they were both, like, I guess, more independent, small game journalism sites. And, you know, a lot of that kind of stuff has been no longer profitable or has been hit with, like, it just doesn't exist anymore in recent years. Especially since a lot of that stuff is just kind of, like... I guess people just go to YouTube for that sort of stuff instead of reading now. But that was really upsetting, because, like, if these interviews still exist out there on the internet, I just couldn't find them at all, because the websites no longer exist. And that made me, like, increase my desire to, like, anything I use in the chronology to save my own local copies of it. You know, any concept art I find out there, because, like, you know, Greg Mails could decide to, like, nuke his Twitter account tomorrow, and I wouldn't blame him, so... Having all those local copies of things is really important. Yeah, I mean, I also don't blame her for that. I haven't. That's a good point. Yeah, I could try that. This is the level that killed a ton of runs back when there was the Pokemon Games challenge to do all the DKC series without dying. This level was got a lot of people getting all the way to DKC3 and then just dying here. The delicious soft serve snow of Donkey Kong Country 3. I just want to put it in my mouth. We aren't doing an onk count for this game. Unfortunately, kind of forgot to... Alright, we'll go back in. I was too proud to die on purpose, so we'll have to go back in and get that bonus. Do the whole level again. I'm really such a fan of this game's original soundtrack. I really just do love it a lot. This attempt at this level is getting off to a bad start, though. Ah! Yeah, because she also worked on Cameo, right? I need to play Cameo. That's one of these games that I have been waiting to, like... I was gonna do this before I decided to do the chronology, and that kind of, like, took over my entire stream. I wanted to do a project called Raring to Go, where I played a bunch of rare games that I've missed out on, including Banjo Pilot, but now Banjo Pilot is going to be part of this. It is getting adopted because it is a very Kremling-themed game, just wearing a hastily constructed disguise. Yes, Jordan, I talked about that last time. I'm really not a huge fan of the GBA soundtrack, actually. I kind of like parts of it, but... Shit, that was a bad time to drink my water. I do want to play Cameo. I bet I'd really enjoy it. Alright. Oh no, it's this one. Now this is my least favorite level in the game. Oh, that would be crazy hearing, like, beta DK64 tracks. Whoops. A little too soon trying to get over there. It could be mold. This could just be like lichen and stuff. Oh, Ragey, guess what? Victor did go out and buy an actual copy of Ratchet and Clank Going Commando. So, funny story about that. He went to our local game store, which also does like disc resurfacing if you have like a damaged disc, because you know how he bought me a copy of Barrel Blast for Christmas? Well, unfortunately, it's actually kind of damaged and it doesn't really work. So he was trying to get it fixed, and he went and took it, and they have like a disc resurfacing machine, but unfortunately they were not able to fix it. So while I do have a copy of Barrel Blast's, you know, like manual and box and everything, the actual disc does not work, which is a tragedy. And I guess I will probably just have to play it through other means, but you can't say I didn't try, you know, when it comes to playing that game. But, I just imagine, like, they ran it through, like, twice, apparently, and I'm just imagining, like, Victor sitting there awkwardly, while whoever is doing this is, like, wondering why this guy cares so much about Donkey Kong Barrel Blast of all games. Like, this is really important. You need to save this game if you can. The one crate! It's the one crate for throwing at Kremlings in this game. I'll put you down and not throw you at a Kremling because you deserve to live. That crate is an endangered species. This is a copy of Barrel Blast that I didn't even damage myself, you know? Like, a lot of people do the thing, the performative thing, where they play a game and they hate it and they, like, damage the game, they break the game, destroy it, or whatever. Obviously, that is something that I really hate and I would never do even for a game that I do heavily dislike. Like, I don't even know. I don't even know what game I hate that much that I would even be tempted to do that, but... But this one, it just came pre-damaged. I would never damage a game with K-Rool in it, though. Even if I don't like actually playing it. Is there not, like, a bonus over here? I thought there was a bonus, like... I just fell all the way back down here for nothing. I swear to God there's, like, supposed to be a bonus. Oh, yeah. But of course I would not. I do not like Conquer, but I appreciate the artistry put into it, so I would never harm it. Because I like not only a lot of the artistry put into it, but the people who worked on it. So even if I don't like it myself. This is where the bonus is, alright. Jumping up barrels coming down the waterfall, but festively. Parry! See, because that's the thing. I feel, you know, every game, even if it is a notoriously unloved game or whatever, every game has someone out there who would love to own it for some reason or another, you know? Maybe it was special to them growing up, or maybe just for, like, historical purposes or whatever. I missed a bonus in this level, I think, and I don't know where it could possibly be. Kitty, destroy this bird. No, not the saggy, limp flag, the flaccid flag. I feel like this happens every time with this level. That guy was fast. Okay, that's just where the coin is, over there. Honestly, okay, I destroyed the crate that time, rip. This level isn't, like, being quite as laggy as, I remember it being. Maybe it's just, like, I expect it to be worse than it is. And so when I actually get there, it's like, well, it's not that bad. So we hit the halfway point, I haven't found the bonus yet, so... Did I miss it in the first half, or... feel like this is one of those rare occasions, no pun intended, where the bonus, both of these bonuses are actually in the second half. That's a good point, Soccer. That's how they get you. See, it's like laggy, but what is manageable. See, like, what's the deal with these guys? Like, what are they protecting? Why are they there? Okay, this is the one I did for sure. I think those buzzes are just there to, like, punish you if you fall down and kill parry. Okay, I gotta look harder in the first half of the level because I definitely feel like it might be there, and you know, have I ever been down here in my whole life? It's just this little platform down here. It's not where the bonus is. Is it? What is down there? Oh. Nope, this is just the one again. Oop. I do always play on my CRT when I can, when it's a game that was meant to be played on it, you know. Except for DK64 on the Switch, because I have to play it on the Switch specifically, you know, that's the whole point. The Poop Slinger. I see. Whatever. You know what? I'm gonna come back to this level. I've had enough of this. I'm moving on to this one because you go from like one of the worst levels in the game to one of the best. I know. I get it. Like, it's already a lot to ask that this is a time limited event and you have to have the expansion pack and you have to have Bonanza. So they were like, well, we don't want to add one more thing. I mean, you have to have the online, you have to have Nintendo Switch Online, and you have to have Bonanza. So they didn't want to add one more thing and say, well, you have to also have the expansion pack so you can play in 64 games. But, so I get it, but it makes me sad. Clear the Donkey Kong arcade, but specifically the DK64 version. You know, I haven't gotten there yet, but I guess DK64 on the Switch still does have jetpack in it. I guess that was something that was always talked about, like, if they put it on the Switch, would they take jetpack out or something? Not that I think there was any actual legal trouble with it. I don't know how that works, because jetpack is a game that belongs to Rare still, I guess, but they already did choose to put it inside a Donkey Kong game like almost 30 years ago, so it is just part of DK64 as well. Like, the code of that version of jetpack is just part of DK64, so. The Strawberry Milkshake Factory, as people like to call this level. I had a strawberry milkshake last night. I didn't even think about that. I was just getting in the mood for this game and I didn't even realize it. So here we see, or here we don't see, rather, the unseen Kremling controlling this gun, who some people call Crackshot, and some people call Crosshair. I've seen some fan designs for them over the years. And in fact, I think both fan designs I've seen that I remember right now made her a girl, which is cool. And if it is the same person as the Get Out, then she has an incredibly deep voice, which is neat. But, you know. That's up to you. It's up to your discretion. Ah! That was Imagine, like, hating Squitter so much that you're trying to, like, boom headshot him. You're trying to snipe Squitter to death. What did Squitter do to anyone, you know? Is it so you can, like, try to steal his shoes? Anyway, best bonus. Well, they're making strawberry milkshakes, clearly. Just like in Fireball Frenzy, they're making Cheeto Puffs. And they're making, like, lemon lime slushies in the other one. I like that this is the Christmas music on this bonus. Sniping people, but it's you know, how do you make sure that other people aren't buying up the stock of whatever game console you're trying to get this Christmas? Well, shoot them. Shoot them with Cheeto Puffs. Cog. Once again, I can't help but feel that I missed a bonus, because I'm pretty sure I did, but that's okay. I would rather play this level again. Oh, here's my, like, one chance, don't screw this up. This is another of my favorite songs in the game. Really good one. The wow. Yes, obviously. You know, there were those, like, commercials where it was like, the best cheese comes from happy cows, and happy cows come from California. Here it's like, happy Krem cows come from the Northern Kremisphere. I mean, look at this. It looks really good. Like, look at this stuff. I would eat it. I really just love the aesthetic of this level, too. This sort of, like, neon pink, almost, like, vapor wavy steampunk factory. It's just a really, really good look. Where the frick is the bonus that I missed? There. Yeah, it's just that. Once again, I find that I have hit the halfway point and I have not found the bonus. I know there's a bonus like before the one where you're shooting things, so if I get back to that one and I haven't found it, then I don't know what's wrong with me today, but I've played this game so many times and I'm like worse at looking for bonuses than I was in like Land 2. that's not it. What is this? What? 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 Good thing I know about instant platforms, so I can just get back out of there, but... Maybe it was just saying, hey, why don't you try going under them, I guess. If you want, you can do that. Okay, so we're back here, so I'm just gonna... Okay, well, it's about time for a break. When I get back, maybe I'll be better at finding the bonuses in both of these levels. So I will see you in a few minutes. We've made decent progress so far. In the first 45 minutes or so. Alright. I will cut that random background noise out of the video as well. By the way, finally, we're almost completely all caught up on YouTube, so I just need to get the first session of DKC3 up, and then this one when we're done. And then finally it'll be like real time with the streams, and then, you know, once we're done with the stream on a weekend, I'll get it up on YouTube like over the course of the next week. So instead of being like weeks behind, we'll be like on par, so. Well, I wasn't doing anything in particular. Nothing interesting. Okay. Here we go again! Okay, to be fair, just a second. So like, Kitty picks Dixie up by her hair, which is very rude, but she like jump scares him, with the popping the bubble gum. And something you may know about me, that I've talked about before, but it's probably been a long time since I brought this up, but I have like a specific phobia or distaste for loud popping noises, and particularly for like balloons popping. Balloons popping is the main thing, but in general, like, you know, if we're like opening champagne or something, I make Victor do it because I don't like the loud pop. It's just I literally have like an actual reason for this. Like I have actual childhood specific trauma about it. So if I were Kitty, that would be extremely upsetting as well. But Kitty probably doesn't have any such. I mean, maybe this is how he gets the childhood trauma of the loud popping noises for the rest of his life. It's because of Dixie, popping her... Okay, it's just this one right here. Poor recoil. It's kind of subtle, and maybe you can't even hear it on the stream, but these barrels, as they fall down the waterfall, they make this sort of like shh noise. Yeah, you could probably hear it there a little bit, but it's like a little shh, shh, shh. And almost, it sounds like a maraca or something almost. It doesn't... I don't necessarily think a barrel would make that noise when going down a waterfall, unless the barrel was filled with, like, sand or something, so maybe they are. I don't know. Well, thank you for the warning. I really don't do well with jump scares in general, so... The balloon jump scare is like a double no. I'm going backwards. Maybe, you know... I think this is backwards. I actually don't know if it is or... I guess it's not, because I'm supposed to, like, climb up here. Okay, so I'm gonna go back this way. Backtrack through the level. Maybe I can find the bonus if I look at it from a different direction. Yeah, the game's like, what are you doing? Lakitu is gonna pop up with, like, the wrong way sign. Ooh, Squitter got, like, fried. Okay, there's like nothing up here in this corner or anything. Oh. Is it up here? Oh, I didn't even notice this before. How did I not notice that? It's just a hole in the ceiling. I was playing a game with some friends last night, and they introduced me to their friend that I hadn't met yet, and he goes by CT, but at first I thought they said his name was TT, and I was about to be like distracted the entire time that I was playing, but it's okay, because I got corrected. Alright. Now we're good to go. See how easy that was? I told you, I just need a break. Now it's time for these guys. The snowman with like the blue carrot. Like, sometimes you can hit these guys even though it looks like it would be dangerous to do so, and other times, I don't know, their hitbox can be a little confusing. That said, I do really like this level. I like the concept of it. I like the funny penguins. Yeah, this game doesn't really have an ow, does it? Now that I think about it. Even crimps, as we discussed before, despite being like, I guess, the littlest guys, have like they have an extra deep. Oh, actually, I guess like recoils are a little bit higher pitched. Okay, now it's time for Bleak, everybody. But first we gotta talk to Blizzard. My word! How on earth did you find me up here? Well, never mind about that. My name's Blizzard. I've been here for weeks getting ready for my attempt to conquer K3. Looks like I'm gonna miss my best friend Blue's birthday. Say, could you do me a favor, Kongs? Snow problem! Snow way! What if I say snow way? I mean, what if you just lock yourself out of being able to give Blue the present? No, well, thanks for nothing, Kongs. I hope you catch a cold out there. Goddamn. I don't know. You know, I would never say no to making Blue happy, so I don't normally say that. And it's rightfully deserved that he calls you out for it. Okay, we have rethought our words and deeds. So now we're gonna say, it's no problem. That's great. Could you take him this present for me, please? I'd be ever so grateful. Yeah, the bears have some straight up cold lines. Speaking of which, when I was reviewing the video from last time, I saw that someone said Brash had more lines that I didn't see once you'd beat him, so I need to go back and see some of those. Yeah, I was going to say something about that, but I guess if you did have, like, I don't know, like 15 siblings or something, would it be out of the ordinary to call, like, one of them your best friend? Because there's probably some that you're closer to than others. But I do think that is evidence that they're not literally brothers. Blizzard, so-called Blizzard. If that is your real name. Triple X. Why? Alrighty. So, let's take some time to appreciate some of the references in this game that I did not understand as a child, because why would I have? But anyway, K3 is, the name of this area. Now, K2, at least K2 is a real mountain, and I presume K1 is also a real mountain, because otherwise why would it be called K2? But K2 is the one I've heard of, because it's one of the taller peaks in the world, I believe. But, you know, as a kid, I didn't know why this area was called K3. And then Bleak's House is a reference to a novel by Charles Dickens named Bleak House, and I didn't know about that until I got into high school, and I started reading books by Charles Dickens. And by the way, I've never gotten all the way through Bleak House, because it's like one of his longest ones, if not his longest one. It's like super long, and it didn't really like grab me early on, although it's supposed to be like one of his best as well, so someday I'll try to get through it, I guess. But imagine me being in high school, you know, looking at the books that Charles Dickens has written and seeing Bleak House and being like, doing the Kong's eye popping out thing. It's like, it's just like Bleak's House from off of Donkey Kong Country 3. This game has a lot of, like, real world references in it, actually, which is pretty neat. I like that. It makes it feel like a little more like grounded in some kind of reality, I think, because we can relate it to ours. You know, there's no wonder that a lot of Donkey Kong fans historically have liked to view these games and taking place in the real world, or like, you know, an alternate universe version of our real world, I guess, because obviously, as far as we know, crocodile people are not real, unfortunately. So are they going to get Danny DeVito to play Bleak in the Donkey Kong movie? That one time I did the shuffler of all three Donkey Kong games where it like randomly changed between them. I was stuck on this battle for a long time because like getting randomly swapped in and out of it was very hard to deal with. Okay, well, you know what? Kitty literally like did a kill steal from Dixie. Like she did 99% of the work. Unfortunately, got bonked at the very end. Kitty comes in with the snowball, just like casual. Barter swap shop. Yeah, Donkey Kong Land 2 also has a lot of like really fun cultural references in it. Yeah, Kitty's like, I'll avenge you! That would have made a really dramatic... In the Donkey Kong movie, that's actually how it's gonna play out, with Danny DeVito as Blink. bleak, and Dixie's going to get hit at the very end. She's gonna be like, no, in like slow motion, and then Kitty's gonna come in with his snowball and get the last hit. Well, good day to you, Kitty. How are you? The name's Barter. Whoops. Have you seen me? Hold on. That posing funky fella has been acting a bit weird lately. I'd swear he's been working on some super secret project, but I reckon it's just some silly pipe dream. Dirty? I'd take a look in a mirror if I were you. Yeah, he looks really disheveled. I like that the implication there is that, like, Kitty Kong called him out on how, like, sloppy he was looking. Like a literal toddler knows you look like shit. Grubby, well, my hands might be a bit dirty, but how do I know you're not lying about my face? Now we're going to just, you know, the implication that Kitty is just going to come back in there again and again to, like, check to see if he's cleaned himself up, and he hasn't, so we're just gonna keep insulting him. We're not really insulting him, we're just trying to let him know, you know, like, if I look like shit, I would want someone to let me know. If I, you know, if I ate something and I had, like, food on my face or in my teeth or something, I want someone to tell me, you know? What a mess I must be in, but what's the point of worrying if you can't tell? We can tell! That's the whole point, buddy. We've been telling you. Okay, well, he may not know what Pokemon are, but maybe he, okay, no, when I was trying to find this, this post about, the background artist of Donkey Kong Country 3, who did the post I was thinking of, when I was trying to find that yesterday, I was looking at my Discord at just, like, every DKC3 related post I could find, and I found, like, some article from years ago talking about how, like, one of the most infamous members of the Italian mafia, like, loved Donkey Kong Country 3 or something, so, like, you never know. It was Donkey Kong 3 and Donkey Kong Country 3 and some other game was also mentioned as being, like, his favorite games that he had talked about, but you never know who's secretly a big Donkey Kong fan. Thank you, Diver. I appreciate it. And, you know, Traveler did say I looked more beautiful than Professor Chops, so I'm riding high on that one. Yeah, exactly, Andre. It's same energy. Okay, well, I guess that's all he's gonna say. Okay, Razor Ridge. This is where things start to get a little more annoying, in my opinion. You know what? On my next break, I will find that article again. Because it was in my Discord, and I will find it, and I will post it. I really like this music as well. Copters is, I think this is our first Copter sighting. They don't show up till, like, really late in this game, but Copter, my absolute beloved. Yeah, that was it. That was it. Secret of Mana 2, I guess. He's just like me for real. When I was a kid, you know, I didn't say Donkey Kong Country or Donkey Kong Country 2 or Donkey Kong Country 3 because I had very vague awareness of the fact that the, like, earlier games even existed. really pretty much the only reason I knew that there were Donkey Kong games before the Super Nintendo ones was because they were referenced by like Cranky and stuff, so I knew that they were out there, but I didn't know anything about them really. So I just called this game like Donkey Kong 3, and I called DKC2 Donkey Kong 2, and the first one was just Donkey Kong. You know, it wasn't until maybe like middle school or something that I started calling them by their proper names. Because I realized if I was going to talk about these games with other people on the internet or something, I needed to actually call them Donkey Kong Country. Nintendo's tapping into the market of, like, you know, children and also adults who aren't very video game savvy, and they will always just call the most recent game in a franchise just like whatever, like, oh, this, you know, this is just Star Fox. It's the newest one, so this is Star Fox. This is the most recent Mario game is just gonna be Mario, you know? Mario Odyssey is just Mario. The Nintendo Switch is just the Nintendo, and so on, and so on. Exactly. Zelda. Wait. I think this is just to get this. Yeah. So, like, the coin is down here. Yeah, okay. It's like, what's the point of coming up here? Yeah, we're gonna have to call it Star Fox 2026, which isn't... I don't know, it's kind of a mouthful. There's just Star Fox 26, maybe. There's Battletoads 2020, which at least that sounds fun to say. Like, 2020 is fun to say, even though if 2020 was a terrible year to remember. You could call it Star Fox Switch 2, I guess. There's not really a good solution. It's not a mouthful. Hang on, catching up a little bit. long. I don't know if I said this already or just thought it, but I do like this level. Like, it objectively is kind of slow and tedious, but I don't know, just using these barrels and, like, having mastery of carrying these barrels around and, like, dropping them and timing them and letting them roll. It's good. It's also a fun speedrun level because there's certain, you learn that there's certain, like, enemies where you don't really need to, like, destroy them with a barrel. You can kind of just slip past them if you hug the wall. What the heck? But I don't remember which ones are safe to do that for. Whoa. I like the edited version of that where it's like, there is no Nintendo. There are no games. Let's save. We haven't saved in a bit. Haven't checked in on Wrinkly. I do, you know, I like that you have the screen of your key items down there, and if you've used them, then they kind of get grayed out, but the ones that you still need to, like, find a proper use for, or, like, you know, like the present we haven't given to Blue yet. We'll go do that, yeah, we should go do that soon. Before we go to the final area. Yeah, I don't know if, like, the noise gating on my mixer or mic or whatever got mixed up recently, because it should, like, cut out some of this background noise, but it's not really, like, I'm hearing it clear as day in the, you know, headphones, but also, like, last time with the water that was running through the pipes, it was, like, so loud. I need to check in on that. I don't know. Imagine I could do an accent here, but good day, crazy kitty. My name is Benny. Me and my brother Bjorn. Blah, blah. Would you like to use my chairlift? It's lots of fun. Would you like to be using the chairlift? Okay. I'll walk, thanks. No? Well, okay then. Maybe later, eh? Yeah, we're gonna walk, That doesn't look that bad. You could just, like, walk around the edge of the lake and kind of climb it. It seems doable, but I guess we'll take the chairlifts. You can visit my brother Bjorn if you like, up at the other chairlift. Would you like to be using the chairlift? Okay. Okie dokie, strap yourself in and away you go. Hey DJ Mocha, how's it going? Hold on, wait a second. What's your ideal Donkey Kong cartoon if it was made today? 2D stop motion. Yeah, I gotta agree with a live action, or not that, but like people in mascot costumes, you know, like the Donkey Kong mascot costume that they used in that one, like, DKC Returns promo, or maybe even, like, the one from the Smash Bros. Commercial. Okay, here's one of the... I think this is generally considered one of the big difficulty spikes in this game. Now, I want to say, like, you know, realistically, CG would be the obvious, like, answer on what they would go with, but, you know, I was trying to get to, I thought there might be a bonus over there, but there wasn't. Instead, I just jumped into a buzz. You know, obviously the Illumination movie is going to be 3D animated, but, you know, I've talked about a lot before how a lot of the Donkey Kong Country characters, we've only ever seen them as 3D renders, or if we have seen them in 2D, it's been an extremely rare occurrence. Stuff like King of Swing, and, you know, the 2D arts on the Bonanza loading screens. That's why everyone loves it so much. It's so special to see that sort of thing. Obviously there have been, like, promo materials with Donkey Kong and stuff, but that tends to be a pretty narrow range of characters, like just DK and Diddy and, like, Dixie and Cranky, maybe. So, seeing, like, a 2D animated Donkey Kong thing would be really, really cool to me personally, but... You have to be so patient on this level in a way that I gotta remind myself, you know? Don't want to get too far ahead of yourself. Wah, wah, wah. Bleh, that was not worth it. Ooh, like a sort of claymation puppety thing. That would be cool. It is stop motion, but if they did it for Donkey Kong Country, it would be stop and go motion. Rock Crocs look like they are, like, claymation anyway. You know, they... Something about, like, you know... A lot of, like, really old school 3D renders from the SNES, or, like, maybe early N64 era. I feel like they sometimes look claymation-y in a way. And, like, using that style is kind of a good way to evoke that, rather than using completely modern 3D animation techniques. Hang on. What's up? You need to go behind me? Can you wait like 2 minutes? Alright, just let me finish this level. Good news, it's going to be not 2 minutes because I'm at the end. I knew he was there. Okay, sorry. Just a minute here. Okay, found out what Victor has been looking for, which is my original DS. I don't know where that is, actually. I don't know why he's looking for it, but he is looking for it. Wants to test something, I guess. And, yeah, well, it's a DS Lite. My DS Lite, I haven't used that thing in a long, long time. Yeah, DS nuts, got him. Yeah, after I got my 3DS, I pretty much didn't have a reason to use that again, so... who knows where it is. I mean, it could even be at, like, my parents' house. Like, I just left it there at some point, but I don't think so. I think it's here somewhere. Oh. I like the noise that happens when you poke these guys. It's like really low. I don't know what it's supposed to be. It's almost like a foghorn. It's not really a foghorn, but I don't know if that's what it's supposed to evoke. Like, this is like... Wah. My DS Lite has little stickers on it, because I used it all throughout college. I actually got it with like some of my graduation money from high school before I went to college. I bought it for myself, and so I played it all throughout college, and then, you know, the 3DS came out shortly after I had graduated college. So my DS Lite has little stickers on it that a friend gave me at some point, and they're like little cats, and they're those type of stickers that have like some 3-dimension, like they're a little puffy, like they're not completely flat stickers. Well, I don't know what it's supposed to represent, though. Like, why does poking this fish make that noise, you know? That one was, like, really long, too. Wonder if that thing, if my DS Lite has a game in it when he finds it. Wonder what the last game that I played on that before getting a 3DS would have been. I did this one already, didn't I? Yes, I just did this one. Well, guess I'm gonna do it again. When you have to get the Christmas decorations out from your, like, attic or something, but it's really dark. More like your basement. Your basement, and your basement is also flooded. Yeah, maybe that's what he's testing. And then I can play Jungle Climber on the DS while pointing the camera at my hands. Same as I'm going to have to do for Smash Run on the 3DS, I guess. Maybe he is trying to find a way to, like, stream the DS. I honestly have no idea what he's up to today and why he needs to find that. He's gonna go sell it to the game store to finance more PS1 and PS2 games that he's buying. I always get like turned around in this level and I don't know where I'm supposed to be going at this point. Like, am I going backwards? I think I came down this way. I don't know. I'm pretty sure I'm going backwards. It was like 20 bucks, you know. It's like $18. This is where I'm supposed to go. Okay, of course. Through this tiny little, barely visible little pathway. Guess that's why you need the light, you know? Yeah, where was it? It was in the treasure... What treasure chest? Oh! Okay. It was in the treasure chest, everybody. I presume he means the one that I keep by my bedside? I don't actually know. I have several treasure chests. I'm gonna have to ask him later which one he meant. I asked him where he found it. I asked him where it was. He said it was in the treasure chest. That doesn't narrow it down. I better save again before long, before I like actually die from my carelessness with Unguard in this level. Exactly. I actually just got a new treasure chest yesterday at that garage sale I was at. It's very small. It's like this big. I'm booty maxing. Maybe someday, you know, I can bury some of my greatest treasures in the yard or something. Hey Buzzard, how's it going? Yeah. Some of them contain bananas, some of them contain cannonballs, some of them contain extra life balloons. I was taking a closer look at these ornaments earlier, and I realized that I always sort of interpreted them as having like a weird, like kind of oblong pear avocado shape, but they actually are just kind of round, but they do have like a pretty prominent little like, a little like topper, a little metal topper thing on it that connects to the hook or the loop or whatever it is. So when you look at it on a CRT, it kind of looks like they have that pear shape, but they really don't actually. So I've kind of been operating under a misconception this whole time. You know what? My mind has been blown today. Since I was, inspired to take a closer look at those things. Okay. Pothole Panic. The level name really buries the lead because this is the sort of animal antics of this game. It's got a whole bunch of animal friends in it. This weird, like, purple and green cave. Yeah, I guess just some of the color palettes lead to this weird dichotomy that I was talking a little bit about last time, where, you know, a lot of the environments of this game are very naturalistic and realistic, I would say, and very, like, beautiful in that way, but at the same time, this game overall, like, that is true, but then when you think about this game and the impression it leaves you with, it also has this sort of, like, very, like, bright, almost cartoony, like, garish, like, feeling to it. And I think it's because a lot of the times they do take these really naturalistic, beautiful environments and, like, put them in, like, the most weirdest ass colors. Like, our purple and green cave here. On guard, please. Oh, he's coming back. There we go. Guard. It always felt weird to me there that, like, there wasn't a no on guard sign or anything. You just kind of had to leave him, you know? Just, it feels wrong to do. It's like you just abandon him. I can never remember if there's something actually up there or not. Or if this is just bait. There is, at some point... Did we get, like, Squitter and come back here? Look. I'm gonna blame myself because I was distracted with all of the background noise recently in the DS saga. Yeah, the red fish, when you, like, because they're supposed to be like balloons, I guess, so when you pop them, they just sort of, like, zoom away. Like a balloon that's had all the air let out of it, and it's pretty fun. The birds do the same thing. It's a funny little detail. See? There it goes. Yeah, this is the one I was thinking of. Alright. Oh boy, the game does not like that. Yes, I mean, look, I was doing the thing where I describe something in general terms for the people who do not know its name is Bounty Bass. You know? If I just said Bounty Bass, a lot of people would not know what I was talking about. But Bounty Bass and Booty Bird, name a better duo. Oh, okay. Squitter for 5 seconds to get to the bonus, but also it's kind of like a Squitter thing, you know, like in Toxic Tower, where his section is just extremely short and easy. And I missed the coin. What the hell? All right, gotta go back in. 5 seconds of Squitter is better than nothing, you know. I don't need to do that. What am I doing? This cave looks like, I don't know, man. It looks like where some kind of supervillain would have their secret lair. It's like where the Joker would live or something. With these colors. yeah, we don't care about bounty bass. We do not care about getting their name right. We don't give a shit about bounty bass. I got birded by squawks. Woo! It makes sense that the Cocos are here since we discussed them. See, look, I did much better that time. We discussed them being the Joker. Is the coin what's up in that little space that I need to try harder to get into, I guess? Popping those guys is really fun, though. It's satisfying. No! But in reality, we actually do care about, like, you know, we care about neckies, we care about naughties, we care about armies, you know. We love all the affiliated species, but, you know, bounty bass, maybe not as much. I'm just gonna, I don't think jumping off of Ellie is, if there is something up there, I don't think this is how you do it. Well, that was a mistake. Never mind then. I guess it's not up there. It does not seem obvious that you're intended to get there at all. There's like probably some other like really awkward place I have to throw Dixie up really high. I believe, yeah. So in Tufts mode where there's no DK barrels in the level, I think this is like the one exception because you need to be able to, if you didn't bring Ellie down here, you need to be able to like throw up to that. Is it like up there? No, that looks like that all has ceiling. I think. Yeah. Bye, Squitter. Og, that's how I feel. Is it, like, at the end? No. Is it up there? It might be up there. Oh, I think it might be up there. Hold on. I actually did think of, should we include Smash 64 in this, because like you can see neckies in the background of the Donkey Kong stage, and neckies are affiliated. Neckies are a member of the Kremling crew. But no, I think that's a little, it's a little too much of a stretch. It is up here. You can barely see that. In fact, you can't even really see at all that you're supposed to be able to get up here. You just have to, like, guess. Okay, Ropey Rumpus. Time to put the rump in Ropey Rumpus, I guess. We will be back in a few minutes, though, because it is break time again. So, I will see you soon. I'll put on some different music this time, though, just to make things a little more interesting. From the people who brought you the Grimace Shake comes Hamburglar's Mystery Juice. The music reminds me of a thought I had the other day, which is that, like, being a huge fan of the Donkey Kong series in particular can seem like a little bit of a niche thing sometimes, you know? The Donkey Kong series is popular, but it's not as, like, mega popular as, you know, some other games out there. But when you think about it, being a Donkey Kong fan, you are really a fan of one of the oldest gaming franchises out there. And I guess you can say, obviously, the Mario series spun off from it and is the same series in a sense. But the first game was not called Mario. It wasn't called Super Mario Bros. It wasn't, you know, Mario wasn't even really called Mario back then. It's called Donkey Kong. Now, obviously, the arcade and the non-arcade sides of the series have been a little separated for a long time, you know. But I feel like, you know, this is something that's been talked about a lot in the fandom, but they do seem to be making a better effort to, like, integrate those two streams together with stuff like Bonanza and just the general the general direction that they take Donkey Kong related marketing and stuff like that. So yeah, a whole bunch of the creative leads, writers, artists, and stuff from the Mario plus Rabbids game left and went over to the new studio, which is good for them. Like, you know, you can only say good for them. Gloomy Galleon, yeah, I don't blame you for stopping. You gotta come back to that on a different time. Here we go, that's better. But anyway, you know, if you are somewhat newer to my stream and you haven't heard me talk about them before, I am, like, gotta be one of the #1 fans of the Mario plus Rabbids games out there. They were essentially made for me, since I already loved Mario RPGs, but they're very much like Mario games with rare-like sensibilities, and they just happen to have the Rabbids in them, and you know what? I had every reason to have a personal grudge against the Rabbids, because Rayman Raving Rabbids was my first Wii game, along with Twilight Princess, and I did not like that game. Twilight Princess, it sucks. No, I'm talking about Raving Rabbids, and the Rabbids scared me. I did not like them. They made me uncomfortable. They freaked me out, and so I have personal history with them. But you know what? By the time I played Mario plus Rabbids, it won me over. And I'm like, you know, some of y'all crazy bunnies, as the French call them, you're alright. I think parry might turn into a bonus here. Yep. Yep, he does. I better not mess this one up. This bonus that you have to go through so much effort to get and you get one chance at is, very scary, actually. Ah! God damn. Ah, I shouldn't have gone in the middle. Okay. Almost there. There. Thank goodness. I was just gonna wait until one spawned over there again. I don't think I got the coin in this one. Nope. You know, unfortunately for the Pong heads out there, the SNES era did not, or, you know, whatever that era, that generation of consoles did not bring a new, like, they did not have a game about, like, the son slash possibly grandson of the left Pong paddle and you know, his new adventures with his new friends and new enemies. Do you think the two Pong paddles, like, got married? And that would be, like, how that came about? Like, it's the child of, like, both of them. I think you get the coin, like, you have to fall down. He's in some kind of little pits. Dirty Dr. Pepper. Mango pineapple, that sounds good. I don't want to go to the doctor and he's like, I'm Dirty Dr. Pepper. It's like, no, I'm gonna find another doctor. Dang it, my insurance is so bad that only Dirty Dr. Pepper is in my network. Actually, my insurance is really good. I just got my surgery bill finally from my pacemaker implantation, and it was a lot less than I expected it to be. So that's good. I don't have to have the fundraiser streams help Courtney pay her medical bills. No, he's not down here. There he is. Dirty Dr. Pepper is Baron K. Rulenstein. Alright, this boss. Yeah. Okay, you know what? I'm just gonna start over on this one. Great start there. It's coin, yep. If you were to take one guess, if you only had one guess on what his name was, you would probably get it. Barbos probably wins the, like, most unlikely to be referenced in Bonanza, but got referenced in Bonanza award. Although you could just, it could just be a giant lurchin, but then again, if it is a giant lurchin, it's just Barbos, I guess. I don't think it was, like, directly stated to be him, because all of the, or her, I don't know, all of the fossils are written in, you know, of course, like, vague, kind of jokey terms, so... It don't really, like, reference the... It's not Professor Chops or even an oink or whatever they're called, it's just a pig fossil. all these other fossils is like, you know, what does it mean that there's a fossil of Squitter or a fossil of Ungard or whatever? Does it mean, are these their ancestors or are they dead? Like, what's going on? But when you see that Barbos might be dead, you're just like, good. Yeah, there's a lot of animal buddy boss fights in here. You know, Ellie gets one, Ungard gets one. You know, that might be it, I guess. But, I mean, Squawks gets one in the previous game. Alright. Do we want to head up here now, or do we want to do some Krematoa stuff? Let's go give Blue his present, actually, so he doesn't have to be depressed any longer. Yeah, like, when you poke Barbos and they're kind of, like, jiggly, like, that's a cool effect. Like, their sprite is a little, like, mode 7-y or something, I guess. Yeah, that one, I think, starts appearing for you specifically. I think the way you trigger that one to show up, the eating bananas one, is you have to go back and do that, like, the intended, like, sinkhole from the Radiance layer down to the Feast layer. Because, you know, that part of the game is when Pauline gets, like, eaten by the Harmonial and all the weird stuff happens, but yeah, that one starts showing up post-game, but I think that's how you have to, like, what you have to do. A present for me? Oh, thank you, Kongs. You've really made my day. Let's have a look inside. Oh, it's a bowling ball. Well, it's far too heavy for me. I know. Why don't you have it, Kongs? I like his music goes from being, like, really slowed down to not just the normal Brothers Bear music, but, like, extra jaunty and happy. And it's cute, because it's like, you know what? He didn't even like his present. He didn't even want it, but it's the thought that truly is the thought that counts, you know? He doesn't care that, you know, he doesn't actually want what he received. He just wanted someone to think of him. Best of luck in your quest, Kongs. It's kind of interesting that, you know, most of the Brothers Bear have some kind of, like, you know, they've got, like, a shop or something, you know, some kind of role they're serving, they're selling something, or, you know, running a chairlift, or running some kind of, like, gossip information stand or whatever, but this is just Blue's house, I guess. He's got a counter in it, but, like, what does he do here? All Blue does is just be sad about no one remembering his birthday. Yeah, there's the flower. It's that musical leitmotif storytelling. I love plants, don't you? They're so beautiful. This picture reminds me of those I can't grow anymore. Well, surprise, you've got one. Perfect Flapperius patelis pongus. Wait, how did Pong come up here? What the hell? What? 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 Why the Pong reference? How? I don't even know what to say. Oh, okay then. What? No, I want it! This is my Pong flower. Well, it's up to you, but it would mean so much to me. Yeah, it actually listens to what you're talking about in real life, and then it, like, creates the name of the flower based on what you've been saying. You know, you'd think my flower would be called, like, Crocodilius nippulus pongus. Alright, there you go. They have Bananus goldus flutterus. Now we know what the official scientific name for a banana bird is. I finished studying its abilities. Some of them are quite magical, I'll have you know. And now we go give the bowling ball to Mr. Kremean War himself. Yeah, Bazooka's hut, he's just there to tell you old war stories, if that's what you're into. Do you want to use my cannon, Yun Kongs? Not without some sort of ammo, I'm afraid. What do you got there, Kongs? A heavy ball? Well, you never know, it might just work. Shall we load Big Bessie up and fire her off? Hold fire, Brigadier. No, I think it was probably no shot in the dark. Probably a shot in the dark anyway. He's got a good mustache. True. I wonder if the banana bird queen is considered like a different subspecies. Or if, you know, all banana birds would grow up into something like her. Okay, let's give it a go. Ready? Aim? The implication is that he was just gonna fire off the cannon, and then before he could stop Dixie and Kitty, they just like jumped over and decided to jump in the cannon themselves. You know, Dixie's like, it's safe, Kitty. I've done this before plenty of times with Diddy, you know, on Crocodile Isle. We did this all the time, you know? Just jump on in here. Yeah, I have to say no to all these at least once, you know? Non-magical banana birds don't have the magic that preserves them as fresh forever, and they just over time they just start to rot. It's very upsetting. Now the question is, why is this cave like floating up here in the first place? Why did they decide to like dig up this cave with this crane and just have it suspended up here? Now there's just a gaping hole in the ground. That's one way to mine, I guess, if you want to just pull up a big chunk of the earth like that. I guess maybe the Kremlings are going through efforts to make sure you don't rescue the banana birds, and this is the most extreme one. They blocked up some of the cave entrances, but this one they just tore it right out of the earth. Oh, Jesus. He just bites their head off, holy shit. I saw a rotten banana on the ground the other day when I was, like, getting dinner, just on like, the sidewalk, and it was just a perfect banana, you know, it wasn't, like, oozing out or anything, it was just still in its peel and everything, but it was just so rotten, it was just completely, like, black, it was past brown into black, it was just, yeah, that's literally what I thought, Dustin, I was like, my king is feasting. Oh shit! The first time I've got it wrong. Yeah, you know, what I should do is I should, like, get bananas and then wait for them to start to rot. And I should, just kind of leave them around town. And I should attach, like, a little note to them. Just, like, attach with a ribbon or something. And it says, interested in this? Play Donkey Kong Bonanza. Yaxb. X. People just try to, like, pick up the banana, you know, to throw it in the trash or something. They find a little note attached. This is not an effective, marketing campaign, you don't think? This is worse than the, like, Earthbound one. I'm eating 50 rotten bananas live on stream to celebrate my revisit of Donkey Kong Bonanza. Oh yeah, we wanted to go see some of the other Brash lines now that he's mad we beat his speedrun record. Trust me, when we get to some of the later Banana Bird things, I'm gonna be writing them down. Go on, get out now! Get out. Maybe get out as Brash, since he's secretly a Kremling as we established last time. You think I'm talking to you, Kongs? You can forget it. I don't mind you winning, but showing off is just uncool. Oh, he's such a whiner now. He's such a sore loser. A million viewers. Don't get too cocky. I've demanded an inquiry. Yeah, we're calling the speedrun police to see if you spliced your VOD. You can tell it was spliced here, you know. Just pay attention to the cycles of animation in the background. You can tell. I'm sure Jeff knows about this already. I don't think these are new insights. It's only new to me because I haven't, like, read this dialogue in a long time. Alright. I'll try again, see if we can get another one, but... Yeah, alright. He's calling in the speedrun cops. The speedrun detectives. Wait, I should get bananas and wait for them to rot, so you wait until you get home. I just saw that. Yeah, that's how it is. Okay, yeah, we'll just do all the Krematoa stuff at the end, especially because we'll have some interesting conversations to have when we get there. We can just kind of save that. Good old Chaos Core, by the way. It's a cool name for it. Bringing back the core, since the original core is destroyed. Now, the levels in this world can be pretty hard, but, you know, I still think this game is generally viewed as being less difficult than the first two. And part of that is that you can just easily save anytime. You know, even if you haven't gotten to Wrinkly's save cave on this world, you can just leave. So I think that makes it seem a lot more easy to people, but in my opinion, some of these levels are at least more annoying than, like, anything you get from the first two games. It makes them seem more difficult to me. We have this world and the Lost World, and some Banana Bird cleanup. The Fractone! Okay, look, it's the Fractone. You see this random-ass little statue here in the background? People were quick to point out pretty soon after Bonanza's release that it looks like a Fractone. The ones that do the little hide-and-seek thing, especially. So I like to believe it is one, and they've been here the whole time, just kind of watching over us. Well, there's multiple of them in this level. It could be Exploratone. I think Exploratone's been on their journey, though, for, like, a really, really long time, and they were trapped in the core, also, for some time, but I guess not at this point, probably. My favorite new character in Bonanza, Exploratone. That's not a joke. That I'm serious. Yeah, unfortunately we cannot punch the background and say, "Found you." Bruh, where is it? Yeah, I knew that was not going to turn out well. It is interesting because, like, obviously this was not intended to be to be a fractone originally, but like, I guess it is just supposed to be some kind of like monument or like, you know, maybe it's supposed to be some kind of grave. I don't know, but is it supposed to look like it has eyes, or like what are those just two indents supposed to even represent at all? This looks like someone, I don't know. Shoutouts to this song, by the way, it's a banger. So, at some point, I think Exploratone says that they were asleep for like what might have been like years or something. Or for a very long time. When they like reached some layer, it might have been the resort layer, I don't know. Like, yeah. Ugh. They're intensive clump sniffles. That, you know, he had to mark his place. He just went around shoving his chest into a bunch of rocks. Yeah, we will talk about that. We'll have a nice little theory section later. Hold on. What? Oh my goodness. Why? What? What do you need? Okay, hold on. Victor has to, go behind me again. Alright, go. Sorry, Victor needed something out of this, desk that I have right here. Yeah, I've died a few times while playing this. Largely due to just being kind of careless and rushing things, but... Is there something down here? Whoop, whoop, I see. Yeah. Okay, let's visit Baffle's code room. Hey, hi there, Dixie. How you doing? My name's Baffle, the master of code. I've got a problem at the moment. I can't break a code I've been working on. Maybe I should reflect on it. He's got a ponytail. It's like a little hard to tell, but he has a ponytail. You didn't see. It's them! My friends. They're very annoying, but I love them anyway. Ghost barrel jump scare. I think it'd be cool to, like, maybe try to get a big barrel and make a bigger version sometime, and maybe if I could somehow put, like, little lights in their eyes or something. As of right now, though, I just had to paint it. Gotta keep this little guy on my desk. Whoa, 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 I'm just... You know, you can kind of just, jump on these guys as much as you want, though, you know? Like this. Oh, God! Surprise! That's what I get. Even speedrunners hate these guys because they have randomness to them. Oh, come on now. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to get back to that once I get Dixie. Yep, I'm probably just gonna have to replay this. That was Squitter. Crumple, like a lot of the Kremlings up here, is also completely naked. We actually talked about that before in some previous episode. I don't remember why it came. This is like one of the more annoying bonuses in the game to get to. We had a theory that in the Northern Kremisphere, the Kremlings might need to have more exposed skin because it's a little colder, so they need to maximize their, like, cold-blooded, you know, exposure to the sun. They can't be, like, covering parts of themselves up. They need to contact as much sun as possible. It was Andre's theory, I believe, so I don't take credit for it. Also... I hate this part so much. You know, I love Crusha, I'll always love Crusha the best, but... Crumple's okay, I don't know. But I'm a strong, I'm a strong Kasplat believer, actually. I love Kasplat. I like their hair, their sunglasses, they're cool. I'm just gonna try to go up the middle, that's... I'm not in the mood to do this right now. But I have to. Yeah, so I have to, like, kind of jump when neither of them are here, like that. The guy's gonna... It's just so easy to get punished. I do like that Crumple's, like, their chest is yellow. I don't know. It's like, it's a good color scheme they got going on. That's fine. You can get me. Oh, fuck! I was running out of time. I have a lot of core memories from this game. I was talking last time about how I have, like, very strong memories of my dad reading out some of the dialogue in this game to me, because I was still just, like, learning to read. Especially because a lot of the dialogue in this game, a lot of the, like, figurative language in it, and, like, idioms and stuff, it was my first time, like, encountering some of those terms. Like, the cat's out of the bag. Also, when Baron K. Rulenstein, spoiler, says, my goose is cooked, I remember that being the first time I was like, I don't know what he's talking about. Anyway, we finally made it. Oh. Trolly-ass barrel. I was like, this doesn't seem so bad. Where are you at? What was that weird noise? Also, bye, Squitter. I guess you're not getting whatever your reward was. Like, Squitter didn't do the... Instead it was just some kind of, like pounding noise. This is a fun one, actually. That's one of the best. What bonus did I miss? Creepy Caverns, by the way. Not to be confused with the Mario Party 3 board. Yeah, I mean, the difference between getting bonked around by two completely naked blue guys and two blue guys who are barely clothed and also dressed as pirates, that's a more significant difference than you might think. Yeah, that's fine. I got some money out of it. Worth it. Oh, it's the bonus that I had to come back and do. That's right. The bonus that I knew I missed. So I have to get both Kongs and didn't do it. You know, Crumples are completely naked, but something about Cruncha wearing that, like, ridiculously tiny shirt that is, like, barely covering anything at all. That makes it more... That seems spicier than if he was completely naked, you know? It's just like a commentary on how clothes can barely contain him. Fine, I'll do it with Kitty then. Oops. I don't know, just the phrase, like, deserves to have nipples. It's just so funny. I think Baron K. Rulenstein's real mad science Frankenstein scheme should be attaching nipples to anyone who wants them. Alright, I don't need Baffle's help to figure this out. I do need help making a good figure 8 around these, though, I guess. Do you have to do it backwards? No, it doesn't matter. Okay. Sewer stockpile. I don't know. I don't know about that one. Don't know if I want this banana bird. Bah! Bay. The Nipple Council has spoken. Alright, good old lightning lookout. The level where you get to see a toddler get electrocuted. Repeatedly, probably. I do say it every time I play this game, though, but, like... You know what? I'm screwed. I'm gonna have to come back in for that one later. The really, like, crunchy thunder noises in this have always been super comforting to me. Like, if I had trouble falling asleep, you know, and if you just put some kind of, like, white noise rain video on, but also occasionally interspersed it with, like, this specific thunder sound effect every now and then, I would be out, like, I'd be sleeping like a baby. I'd be sleeping like Kitty Kong. Well, I can't really swap on those barrels, I guess, so. Oh, God! I threw her into the lightning. You know how you can use a barrel as a shield in this? I guess you can also use, like... What the... Oh, okay. You can use your fellow Kongs as a shield. Let's see if I can get back there again. Yeah, just throw from that one is a lot easier. Is there anything... What? Bro. This lightning is like, it will not stop. I don't think there's a bonus down here. Nope, it's just danger, danger water. I do like how this weird color palette, I know it's like darkened, but I do like how it ends up looking. This like kind of weird like pink and green watermelon area. Does Calypso have nipples? The greatest thread in the history of forums. It got bonked out of my hair. I'm just gonna, you know, if the lightning, it hit me from the side. Okay, I was like, I'll let the lightning open this for me and free Kitty Kong. But okay, guess the little like. The little arm of the lightning got me. This was when I did toughest without the DK barrels and no midpoints as well. Like, this was by far my biggest struggle, this level. Basically doing a perfect run of this level. Well, Kitty's not coming out, I guess, because I threw him in the water. I'll just die. It's fine. I believe there are only 2 levels left after this one, unless I'm forgetting one. Not wasting any time. You know, you think the coin would get like electrocuted. He's wearing a metal hat, you know? Time to find where the other bonus is, because it's probably in the first part that I missed. You know, Andre, that's the sense I get as well. Like, that would also be my answer. Oh, we have to go to another level. We'll come back, because I want to be at the beginning. This one, a special type of Kremling that we only see in this level. It is the coin dozer. Coins are... I always thought this was like an extremely clever idea, even though this level can be extremely annoying. This was also one that would kill a lot of people in the Deathless Challenge, just because it's so easy to get like bonked off into the pits here if you don't land on these guys exactly right. But I always thought this was like a cool idea. Like the whole game, you encounter the coins and they're just staying in place. And these, you know, I always just thought this was like a different tribe of coins, and you know, they're getting revenge on their fallen brethren. But you could also kind of read it. These are all the coins that you like defeated in previous levels, except they're like purple now. I don't know. Maybe they're zombies, but they're sick of taking your shit, and now they're coming to get you and push you off the edge. See, it's like, it just happens sometimes. We got another break coming up, but I can get through this level. I might want to try to grab a snack if I can, because I'm hungry. Though I don't really know what we have that I can eat quickly. I need to go get some more snacks, but I'll try to eat something, because I'm getting pretty hungry, and I don't want to, like, suffer through the rest of this game on an empty stomach. Oh no. But yeah, I always thought that these enemies, the coin dozers, were a clever idea and like really good asset reuse. And I believe it was the case as we were looking through the concepts for like Donkey Kong Country enemies and stuff, that there was an idea to have a baddie who like sort of comes at you and tries to push you off the edge all the way since back then, and it was one of those concepts that did finally get used in the future. And here's the one regular coin in this level. Ow. I need to try to get this guy a little further over here. Oh, come here. Alright. Alright. Good job. Save, then we'll take our little break. I might be gone for a little bit longer this time, just because, like I said, I'm going to try to eat something. So I will see you, I'll put on some different music, and I'll see you in just a little bit. You know, I want you to know that earlier when that conversation was happening, I almost said Calypso, and I was like, no, I'm not gonna, I'm not going there. But, you know, we got there eventually. Because of course we did. Yeah, it's, they very much just show up out of nowhere and then they leave without explaining anything. So anyway, what did I eat? Well, I remembered that Victor had just gone and got some sandwich stuff recently. So did I make myself a sandwich? No, I didn't have time. I just ate a piece of ham. Just imagine me in the kitchen with just a big piece of lunch meat ham, just being like, nom nom nom. That's what I did. Mario does have nipples. We know that for sure, because, you know, there's nipple percent in Mario Odyssey. So we can presume that the humanoid characters in Mario's world do. Then again, you know, going off of Clump, it's just because one member of a species has nipples doesn't mean you can presume that about all of them. So, you know, maybe we shouldn't be making assumptions after all. I feel a lot better. Okay, I was really losing my steam. Just having that ham makes me feel a lot better, so... There's the bonus. Alright. I'm glad. I'm really glad that I actually did that. I feel like a lot of times when I play this game on stream, and I usually try to beat it in one sitting, you know, this is the first time I've played this game and broke it up over 2 sittings in, like, years and years. But I usually feel like I run out of steam at the end, so I didn't want that to happen this time. Okay, so once again, if you've never played this game, this is Poisonous Pipeline, and the controls are reversed when you're in the water. Only, I mean, only left and right, of course, because ascending is handled by pressing B, so that doesn't really come into play, but left and right are reversed. And, only in the water. When you jump outside of the water, it's back to normal, which can be a little tricky to deal with. When I was a kid, I thought this was like an insane concept. I was like, you can do that? You can press right and it goes left? What? This seemed like the most difficult thing of all time. But once you get used to it, you just think of it as being like inverted. I guess probably when you've played more games as you get older, where there's some kind of like inverted aiming or camera or something, it becomes something that you get a little more used to mentally. It's not so bad. Yo! Pre-stalling. Thank you so much for the raid. I'm sorry that my alerts aren't working, but I appreciate it. Star Fox ate your were you... What Star Fox game were you playing? Nope. Dang it! By the way, up and down are not reversed, even for on guard. So, like, you press down to go down. It's only left and right. So it's a little... We just are having one of our normal conversations here that we have in this stream, which would not seem normal to anyone else. Alright. We've had, you know, over 20 streams at this point of intensively discussing the biology of crocodile people with certain mammalian traits, you know. It's normal. Do you think the water here is, like, grape flavored? To me, it always reminded me of, like, I don't know, growing up, the cough medicine that my mom always got for me when I was sick was, like, purple. I think it was supposed to be grape flavored, but it didn't really taste... It just had this unique flavor all its own, you know? I am at the last level before the final boss, but we haven't done any of the Lost World levels yet, so we'll do those last. Oh god! You know when you just see it coming and it's like, I press the button there and there's nothing I can do about it. Speaking of artificial flavoring, I had a special drink that I was going to drink today for this. You know, I normally try to get a special drink when I do these streams. So I had like one of those like healthy probiotic sodas that I've been getting. I've been trying a bunch of different flavors to see which ones I like, because I really do like some of them. But I got like a banana cream one, and I gotta say, I didn't really like that one at all. But I was saving that for today, and I got impatient, and I wanted to have a tasty drink the other day while I was working, because I needed something to get me through the day. So I just had it a couple days ago. But you know what? I'm glad I didn't have it on the stream, honestly, because I didn't like it. It was like the fake banana flavor, or like the one from that type of banana that only lives on in banana candy and stuff these days. They're like Gros Michel. I don't know how you pronounce it. But it didn't have like the sweetness that you normally encounter along with that flavor at the same time to back it up. So it just kind of tasted awkward. It tasted very like fake. So sadly, I have no special drink today. I'm just drinking water. I thought about making some tea for myself, but I could not go down faster. Oh yeah, I have a big passion for DKC. It's kind of what I decided to more or less theme my whole stream around a couple years ago. Of course, I do plenty of other stuff too, but mostly Donkey Kong related stuff these days. I used to speedrun DKC and DKC2, but I gave it up because it was too stressful. I guess I'm going the wrong way, considering those fish are also going that direction. Yes. I would say I have had a fixation on these games since I was a young child. Donkey Kong Country 2 is my favorite game. You'd think I would be better at this level if that was the case, but I'm letting myself get distracted. This fish gets me every time. MVP, MVF. That one is truly the Joker. Alright, I just need to be able to get back and get into that bonus. Yeah, the Super Nintendo was the first game console I really owned. Technically, my parents had an Atari 2600 before that, but I was so young and I really had no interest in it because, you know, it was a little too primitive to really grab me. But yeah, good night. Thanks for the raid. Hold on. Sorry, I just wanted to get a closer look at that emote. Yeah, speedrunning, I think the thing about it is it's fun, but I don't think there's any shame on, like, just kind of giving up on it eventually. Like, it's... Because the thing about speedrunning is it's one of those things where you can always get better and, like, it... If you want to get invested in it, it never really ends, because not only can you always improve, but over time, new tricks and stuff get discovered, so the entire, like, you know, times that people can get in the game overall can improve, and it can sort of be never-ending, but I think it's okay to just, like, explore it for a little while and get what you get out of it, and then just leave, which is you know, kind of what I did for a couple years, but it was worth it, and it was extremely rewarding, and it was a lot of fun. And then at some point I was like, you know, that's enough. I think I've gotten what I need to get out of this, and I'll move on. And it taught me a lot about, you know, like challenging yourself and seeing yourself improve, and it was definitely like a worthwhile thing to do, even if I don't do it anymore. I don't feel like it was a waste of time. Come on. Alright, there we go. But if you have a game that you're really passionate about, and especially if it's one that you've played so much over the course of your life that it no longer really presents a challenge to you. Like, I've played Donkey Kong Country 2 so much that it is no longer hard. Even the levels that people say are supposed to be hard. But if you want to put some challenge back in your favorite game again, speedrunning is certainly a good thing to do. Ooh, ooh. There we go. Sorry, my water, there was like a bubble in it, and then it like kind of came out on me a little bit. Wipe my face. Alright, here we are, everybody. We made it. We made it to the end for now, you know, until we do the Lost World. And I'm saving because there is a glitch that can happen in the final battle. It has happened to me before, only once, maybe like once or twice, but it can kind of get messed up and I might have to reset the game. Wait, Wrinkly has like a crate. Is that the other crate in this game? Hold on, I never noticed that. Look in the foreground. Look in the foreground, like there's a barrel and there's like a crate. Is that the same crate model? There's actually 2 crates in this game, not just the one. That's I never noticed that. Wow. Fascinating. Yeah, I think overall, you know, in streaming circles and Twitch and stuff in recent years, challenge runs of various types have become more popular than speedrunning. I don't know if they've become more popular than speedrunning, but they've definitely like gained in popularity, while like speedruns proper have maybe decreased in popularity a bit. And I think it's just because it's a lot like less stressful for the streamer to do challenge runs, because you're not on a timer the whole time, and you know, you can take a break in the middle of it if you need, and stuff like that. It's just overall a less harrowing experience, even if the challenge is really hard. Like the meta experience of streaming it and stuff is not as punishing. So it's like background elements that are like animated can kind of like become detached from the background and sort of move around with the screen, and I believe it also can like soft lock you from completing the boss. But at any rate, it's very visually distracting, and it probably won't happen, but it could happen. Alright, time to go fight the final boss of this game, who, as we all know, is Chaos the Robot. Just a weird-ass robot named Chaos. I can't believe, you know, I gotta say, this is a weird Donkey Kong game. They made a whole Donkey Kong game. They introduced a new villain. They introduced a new baby Kong. It's very daring. Hi, Omi. How's it going? This music also has a wow in it. Bzz, this time, Chaos will be victorious. Chaos's weird, scary face. Oh yeah, I need to go under. Pay no attention to whatever's going on back there behind the curtain. Do not do not look back there. Getting a little sneak peek of some feet pics. I'm gonna be real with you. I do not like this final battle. It's very... I'm not a fan of it. Boy. Chaos did not put up much of a fight. Gasp! I can't believe it! What? What? There he is! Oh no! What have you done? My wife's... We'll get to that in a minute. Going to kill me! I used all her best pots and pans to make him. And then you just cast him aside. As if he were a stack of empty tins. I guess I need to really be doing this. I thought that's what he was. What? How dare you? Chaos was my ticket to world domination. And I'd have gotten away with it. If it wasn't for you meddling kids. I guess it just isn't your day, is it? Well, you may have roasted my robot. But I'm the master chef around here. Now, Chef K. Rool I want to see. Let him cook. And I reckon it's about time your goose was cooked. Yeah, like I said earlier, that phrase about the goose being cooked, I had no idea what he was implying with that one. That's not a phrase I had encountered at that point in my life. All of his, like, food chef-related references here, maybe, you know, before they really picked out a direction for him to go in DK64, maybe they were considering him being a chef or something. Gotta put that, foreshadowing in there, of course. I always struggle, like, getting this set up on these. There we go. He's so silly. Okay, so it's largely just affection for this game, being that it was the first Donkey Kong game I owned. It was the first one that I beat on my own. And, you know, I'm pretty sure, you know, at some point I did see my dad beat DKC before seeing the end of this game, but I have a very, very, very big affection for Baron K. Roolenstein, even though it's kind of his goofiest persona and everybody knows it. His weird, Frankenstein monster-esque forehead extension, his stupid fake hair, but I love him anyway, you know. I love him. Mad Science K. Rool is good. And I think it's a very interesting, like, personality for him, being that he's just kind of a nerd, and it's, like, by far his least aggressive persona, in that he really just lets the technology and the electricity and all that stuff do the fighting for him. He doesn't really come at you much himself. He kind of just floats around and hopes that you're gonna die because there's electricity running across the floor and such things. This is him at sort of his low point in his life when he's trying to get himself back together and recollect himself, and he just doesn't really feel like being that aggressive. Hit him in the ass. Yeah, it's weird how he doesn't appear to have a tail here. I mean, you could say it's just hidden under his lab coat, but then also, like, in his skeleton you can't really see it, but he does have one in DK64, so he hadn't lost his tail yet, or he did lose it, but he got it back, and then he lost it and got it back again. This has happened to him way too much over the course of his life. His tail is detachable and reattachable, I guess. Well, no, I mean, here you can't see his tail bones, but, in DK64, I'm just gonna die because I already messed up. In DK64, he just has a tail. Like, you can just see that I know you can duck under him. I know how to do. Yes, I know how to beat this game. My brain is just not in it right now. I may have played this game once or twice or 300 or 500 times in my life, but I'm just never a fan of this battle, and I always turn my brain off when doing it. Dang it. See, because I was, like, trapped there on the thing, and I'm like, I can totally, like, jump over him, but I can't really. Alright. So I guess while I'm struggling with this, really the real reason I'm letting myself struggle with this so much is that we can, like, have plenty of time to discuss the wife. So, do you think Rool has a wife? Or do you think he just said that because, he either delusionally has an imaginary wife, or he just wants you to think that he's married because he wants to seem less pathetic than he might otherwise be? When I was a kid, you know, up until extremely recently in my life, I just refused to believe that he was married. Like, it's just because of the fact that, like, if he has a wife, I mean, we never see her. And I was like, until I see this with my own eyes, you know, seeing is believing. I'm not gonna believe it until I see it, you know. Now, the interesting thing is, characters having a wife that only ever gets mentioned and isn't seen is something that Rare does a lot. They do it in Banjo-Kazooie a lot, especially. Klungo has a wife. Log, the Lord of Games, has a wife. There's probably other examples that I'm not thinking of right now, but... And in those cases, I believed them. But as a specific little kid, I had specific, like, weird... kind of weirdly strict, like... views on things and opinions on things. Like, you know, not liking the Donkey Kong Country TV show because it conflicted with what I knew from the games too much. And, in that same vein, I guess I was just a weird stickler about, like, not wanting to believe things that I hadn't seen with my own eyes in some cases. I mean, yes, sort of. I mean, he's been shown to be deceptive sometimes, particularly even to his own minions. Maybe they're the same person, actually. Maybe he and Bowser have had the same girl, and that's why they actually don't like each other, according to Mario Super Sluggers. Anyway, as I got older, my main motivation for maintaining the belief that he didn't actually have a real wife is because, as one of Rool's #1 fans, it bothered me that there would be this entire important aspect of his life and existence that we just never really got to, like, get a first-person view of, you know? Like... It made me feel left out to think about, you know? Yeah, he'd be working on the Blast-O-Matic, and his hot, braless wife would bring him a sandwich unasked for. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, that is a reference to a tweet by the streamer Ninja. Which, unfortunately, I'm aware of at least 2 of his tweets, which were both bad. Oh, there we go. Finally. Sheesh. He doesn't. He kind of just gets blasted out through... Whoa, my head! What happened? One minute I was dreaming. It's Donkey Kong. About the world's biggest pile of bananas. The next I was a power-crazed madman. Hey, don't worry, Donkey. Thanks to Dixie, it's over. You can't even see Dixie. Kitty's in front of her. I'm impressed. I bet even Cranky would be, after that performance. Nope, not really. Not my Cranky voice. Nope, not really. Right, you go this way, Kitty, and I go that way. You wouldn't hit a guy with glasses, would you? So silly. Very silly ending. Good night, Sinstar. Thank you. The Kremling crepes. Here they are. Anyway, the point is, these days, I've come around to the idea that he might actually have a wife, but I don't think they are particularly close, and I think it's probably more of a political marriage than anything. I wouldn't say I'm entirely convinced, but I am more leaning towards the fact that his wife is real than not. Because she was mentioned in Bonanza, so it's like a... The fact that it has been brought up again, the fact that that is still a fact that Nintendo is aware of, a canonical fact, made me have to reckon with, you know, it's not just... Obviously, you know, it was kind of just a throwaway line that could have been construed as a joke back in the day, but now that it's been mentioned again, you know... That's true, Sage. It's very sweet when you think about it. Oh, these guys. We haven't even seen them yet, I don't think. Yeah, I mean, it really does explain a lot, or at least lead to some interesting theories and stuff, so... I'm enjoying the character parade because a lot of the times when I replay this game, you know, I do this and then I'm gonna go do Krematoa, so a lot of the times I will, like, go to a little bathroom break or drink break or something while this is happening, so sometimes I don't watch the whole thing play out. So I'm enjoying it, you know. I love the, you know, the framing of this character parade with the photos. It's nice. I don't think he was upset that his wife's pots and... I mean, he did use them, to make a robot. He's just upset that, you know, now that robot is also destroyed. But, you know, we do have to give a shout out to this being the first game where K. Rool really talks to you. Because, like, before this, the most we got was, like, the ransom note he left in DKC2. But he can be quite a talkative villain, but this is the first look we really got at that in a game. And then, you know, obviously DK64 Bonanza goes from there. He probably has the most lines of all in Jungle Climber. That's kind of a yappy game. True, now that Chaos is all busted and useless, he could break it down into the pots and pans again. Yo, the Belcha image. What a great pick. Squirt. Would his wife even want to use those pots and pans anymore, though, is the question, because there were two gorillas in there, and their brain energy was being used to fuel the robot. Bleak is so scary. So would you want to use those pots and pans knowing that two hairy gorillas had been intimately connected to them? There's the boy. That's true. The gorillas like season, you know, like cast iron pots and stuff. You gotta season them. The gorillas leave a little bit of banana flavor behind them when they go. Good night, soccer. But yeah, so like, I don't know, Baron K. Roolenstein in particular does not get a lot of fan art compared to Captain K. Rool, or obviously your normal old King K. Rool. Yo, it's the Brothers Bear. But whenever I see any art of Baron K. Roolenstein, I'm pogging because I love him. I love my crazy mad scientist. We never did go visit Bjorn. I got distracted. I gotta go back and do that. Boomer. Haven't seen Boomer yet. Boomer's underwater right now. I don't know how he got down there. Crucial Kongs. Any Kong that's not in this game, they weren't crucial. They weren't important enough. Candy Kong? Sorry, not crucial. Swanky, the most crucial, obviously. Swanky's the key to all this. Shoutouts to Kitty Kong. Yeah, so many of these photos take place in like the mills specifically, for some reason. Maybe the lighting in there is really good for taking photos. God, the character parade and the credits in this game, they're pretty long. That's okay. S. Horseberg. Mark Stevenson. In Crook. I think that should be spelled with a K. Okay, these are the people that I was looking through trying to find the one tweet that I was remembering. Those background artists right there. I could not find it though. Thank you, Evelyn Fisher. Also known as Evelyn Novakovic. Michael Kelbaugh, by the way. Kelbaugh, I think, was how I got corrected at some point. That's how you're supposed to say. Ooh, the Bughouse 9. Is K. Rool genuinely afraid of someone? His wife, probably. Michael Kelbaugh, who was in DKC Exposed, the VHS, as the cafeteria guy. He was not the host of that video, as we thought for a hot second. Thank you, Miyamoto. That's okay. We were corrected. I did not make the all-time greats just yet because I have not hit on. I don't know if I'm gonna do it because this playthrough has been so slow. We got Bub, Gex, Petch, Just, and Glover. What a great collection of characters, I'm not even gonna lie. This is great. I'm not even sure if I want Chrono to dethrone Glover. That would be tragic. Why is Gex here? Why shouldn't he be here? It's because, you know, okay, first of all, this game has a little bit of the like TV VHS theme going on, as we could just see the high scores were on a CRT there. A CRT within a CRT, and Gex is TV themed as a character, so it makes sense. It just makes sense. What? What? Okay, we got a lot left to do. Let's go. I feel like, yes, I need to actually go do this banana bird up here before I forget. Right, Gex was even, you know, we can't forget about Gex education. He's very closely related to this whole project. I was too distracted by confused cliffs. I forgot to go up here. Okay, oh, thank you. Yeah, just repost it. Oh, hello! How are you, my fine furry Kongs? I am being Bjorn, Benny's brother. I'm afraid that my chairlift is broken. I lent my number 5 wrench to someone and they didn't return it to me. Oh, yeah, I forgot I have to go get something anyway. Maybe that is why you know, I might have thought about this earlier and then I was like, oh yeah, I can't do it yet. I have to go get the wrench. This is really throwing a wrench in my plans. You probably thought, oh, she'll read the long message while just the credits and character parade are going, but instead I was surprisingly transfixed by the character parade. Hang on. I'm going to buy the mirror now. because it costs like 50, yeah. Oh, I have to... I'll respond to that in a minute, but I have to get the castle gossip. Well, once I got to the castle grounds, I saw a sign which said, "Keep right off our land," so I ran off. Thanks, man. Thanks, man. Yeah, the link... I was just trying to get the link reference. I do like that, you know, this game is confirming that Link can talk, because he was muttering to himself. It's okay, I don't think I need to pay for anything else with bear coins in the rest of the game now. I think I'm good. Is that a mirror? If it is, could I possibly borrow it? Thanks for that, Kongs. Oh no, look at the state of me. I'm a wreck. Take this wrench. I don't need it now. What was he doing with that wrench? I don't know. I guess he was fixing something. That's why he looked all messed up. You can keep it. We don't need it. We don't need it for the, code. We already cracked it on our own. No, I'm thinking of what to say in response to the long message. And yes, it's true that he doesn't really have a reason to lie, I suppose. I always just thought the idea that he would lie about having a wife in the same way like someone in middle school would lie about having a girlfriend from Canada, you know? Like, my girlfriend, my wife's from the Northern Kremisphere. I just always thought that was funny, you know, but... So the question remains, what's more important? What makes sense or what's funny? Thank you, you top Kongs. You may use my ski lifts for free from now on. XXXYYBXY. Yeah, that's the thing. We don't even know her name, and like, I'm bothered, and I was especially bothered when I was a kid, when there's pieces of a story that I care enough about that I just don't get to know about. I don't get to know the truth, and it's just left out, and it's just a big gaping hole in what I know about a character or a world, and you know, I'm just trying to explain why my childhood self reached the conclusion that I did, even though I am more open to it these days, for sure. Anyway, get ready for this. Do I have to go... do I have to go counterclockwise? It might be counterclockwise. Get ready for this. Me going around these rocks like 500 times. Might be counterclockwise. I don't know. Take the Krematoa challenge. Go around these rocks 25 bajillion times. I don't know. Do you just really have to do it a lot? It's been a while. Oop, oop. This thing is too fast. It's making it too difficult on me. Okay, I feel crazy. I don't think it is counterclockwise. I don't know why it hasn't happened yet. But I was looking away and I like cut through it. Seriously, like, what am I doing wrong here? Imagine if your, like, vehicle in this game left a little trail behind it and you could, like, draw things in the water. To make Krematoa come out of the water, you have to draw it among us around these rocks 5 times in a row. Man, am I gonna have to do this the old-fashioned way and actually get the in-game hint that tells me what to do, since apparently I don't remember. Man, this Lost World is really lost. They really hit it super well this time. You know what? Hold on a second. I feel insane right now. I am looking at the wiki page, Mario wiki page for this, and I don't believe it tells you how to get in there. Yeah, maybe I'm bumping the rocks too much. That could be it. I don't know. I don't think you have to do this, like, too much. I think you don't have to do it, like, 10 times in a row or anything. Come on, there we go. Hello? I've never in my life, like, had this much difficulty. I'll try. Okay, let's go slower. Let's not, like, yeah, I don't know. Maybe that'll help. Maybe I'm, like, cutting too close into the rocks there. You know, I keep, like, kind of going in the middle. I can't say that I expected this to be so much of a problem. Yeah, that's all left over from the idea of him having a wife is left over from the first game, so, I mean, I guess that's more evidence in the favor that she could have existed. I don't believe there was ever any actual concept art of her or anything, just names that were thrown out. I'm losing my mind. Is my cartridge broken or something? What did I do differently that time? What? I don't understand. I do love the little jingle there. Okay. What? I don't get. All right, you know what? It's break time. I'll be back. And then when I get back, we'll have some discussions as we go through these levels. See ya. Let's just go ahead and go in here at least, actually. A little different background music. Alright. 14 seconds left on the ads. I do like things that differentiate him from Bowser. Alright. Boomer. Okay, Boomer. Time for our last bear. Hello! Boomer's the name. Blowing things up is the game. The rest of the folks have stuck me up in here. Something about me being too dangerous or something. Yeah, they trapped him underwater. My brothers might be happy with those dull bear coins, but I'm only interested in gold's ones. If you hand me 15 coins, this beauty will be primed and ready to blow. And you'll see why they call me Boomer. Alright, well. Boomer's the name, blowin' is his game. Let's do it, Boomer! He gets to press. I like that he presses it for every one that you unlocked. He doesn't just press it once. He presses it 4 times. Alright, it's time for my favorite level in the game. Unironically, Stampede Sprint. I love you. I got unmarried again because I, like, K-Rool after this game, possibly. Because, I guess if you beat the game, it, yeah, we did go back to the start screen. God damn it. Whatever, I'm not gonna put it back on the Christmas mode, we're just gonna get through this. I don't wanna have to reset the game again. You know what? I give K-Rool's wife crap for maybe not existing because you never see her. But no one ever sees Victor. So, maybe it's a little hypocritical of me. Victor's real, I swear, I promise. You do hear him, at least. Unless my house is haunted, there's pretty incontrovertible evidence that there is something going on in my house besides me. Yeah, Victor is a phone. Well, the Bonanza mention said he had a wife at the time he made Chaos. It really doesn't go into whether they're still married. Lots of fractones that we're just passing by here. Hi, everybody. I know you only really need to jump where there's a red one, but I don't know, I'm just... My instinct is to jump whenever I see these buzzes in general. Flawless. But I better not mess this one up. Oh god. Oh! Fuck! Well, we're doing it again! Immediately, just immediately. Should have known better. I love this level, I don't mind doing it again. When I spend hours on DK Vine, it's to spend 8 hours on a podcast with Heil DK Vine talking about the end of Donkey Kong Bonanza. I'm so excited for the DK64 episode, even though it's probably going to only be like 2 hours long at max. Because we already talked about that game for, you know, just a couple years ago. I think there's a lot of, you know, not only do we have to go into, like, stuff about the Switch version specifically, but, you know, there's not that much to say about that. Oh, Barry, no! But, you know, obviously, there's a lot to say about DK64 in a post-Bonanza world. But even then... I think Heil's been maybe going for a little bit of like more episodes that aren't necessarily always like extremely long these days, so. As much as I want to talk about DK64 for like 4 hours straight, you know. Victor will also be happy if I only spend like 2 hours talking about DK64 instead of like, you know, leaving him again for hours straight of my day. When it's above, I'm just gonna... stop appearing there! Ugh! You can do it, but you have to get a really good running start. Ugh! I jumped from way too close last time, that was the problem. Woo! Thank you, Kevin. I'm happy to hear it. You've been here, you know, you've been in the stream for a long time. I've been, you know, I've been this way the whole time, of course, that I've been streaming. But it took me 10 years to really decide to do a explicit stream series focusing on that kind of thing. And it is explicit, let me tell you, some of the conversations we get into. I mean, I think Andre, if they're not married anymore, it's just because, you know, she divorced him, but I wouldn't want to meet her having already died, you know? I would like to meet her when she's still alive. I have not done the Bonanza ones yet. I only did, like, the old school game ones, which were easy. I need to set aside a day to do the Bonanza ones. I just wasn't... At the time, I needed to get on the, you know, the Tiki Goon session. And, that took a lot out of me, so I haven't had time to do the other Bonanza-related challenges yet. Had enough Bonanza-related challenges getting through that this past week. Something about this level in particular, I remember just spending like a lot of time on this level as a kid. Like, you know, when I think about my time with this game as a kid, this level always stands out particularly in my memory. And, you know, I think maybe as we played this game as a family, we might have just been like stuck on this one for a while, or we were stuck progressing in the game to the extent that we could get enough bonuses to move on to the next one or whatever. Maybe I just thought this level was super fun and interesting because you get to go like boing, boing, boing off all these barrels. But whatever the reason, I just like would play this level again and again, or like would at least enter this level again and again. I don't know, I just have such a strong memory of like spending a particularly large amount of time. And I like the music, of course. You could just come here to hang out and listen to the music. Well, you see, K. Rool's life is a series of tragedies that are ultimately his own faults that he has inflicted upon himself. That's part of the arc of his character, which is pretty definitive. I need to find where the little bonus is that is one of these, like, just off to the side somewhere. Bro! Whoopsies. Ah! I'm in trouble. Wait, isn't it already... Yeah, I don't need to do this. Yeah, I also, like, yeah, I associate this level as being, like, the cliff level, too. And, like, the definitive one for this song. Yeah, I don't know what it is, but, like, this is just the level for me that goes with this music. And with this level archetype in general. It's okay to feel sympathy for him, but I, you know, I think that if his wife divorced him, I think the implication would be that he probably deserved it. Oh, I missed a lot, so we're going back in. I miss my wife, Kitty Kong. Oh, I did this one, of course. And I guess the frustrating thing when it comes to these conversations about his supposed wife is we have so little to go on. Like, we can come up with fan theories and ideas and all that. But essentially, like I said before, that is what is frustrating to me, is there's obviously this important part of his life, but we don't really have anything to go off of aside from some kind of, like, throwaway, jokey line. I believe, there was at some point where, you know, Rare, like the Rare's, Scribes section, Lee Loveday or whatever, did say that that line about his wife was intended to be a joke. But I'd have to look for a source on that one. I'd have to try and find the specific, you know. Like it wasn't something that people were supposed to read too deeply into in the first place. Is this where the stupid bonus is? Like, God, where is this thing? I think it's in there. Yeah, there we go. Well, it's this guy. I don't know where the bonus is, but it's something at least. It's like... Also, the sky is like a really pretty color in this. I like the sort of like pinkish orange. Oh, there it is. Yep. All right, cool. How do we... I guess we just throw up. Like, let's not overcomplicate this. You know, as goofy of a robot as Chaos is... by the way, these guys, here they are. I mean, we've seen them here and there before now in these Lost World levels. These guys were locked away in the Lost World because they are too scary to roam free in the rest of the Northern Kremisphere. Even the other Kremlings were like, hey, guys, can you just go, like... Why don't you just go hang out in Krematoa? They basically are Kremlin... Kremlin charge and chucks. Anyway, what I was saying is that, like, the fact that Chaos is supposed to be, you know, powered by DK and Diddy is kind of cool. It's kind of badass, actually. Like, that may be the most that Rool has ever, like, actually succeeded at sort of getting one over on Donkey Kong and Diddy Kong. Like, the fact that he was able to successfully use them to power an evil robot that had to fight their friends. Like, Diddy had to be inside a robot with some degree of consciousness, probably, fighting his girlfriend. Yep, it's them. Yeah, these guys are definitely like hello human resources type of growlings. Bro. I didn't even see that one. Hey, Exalt. Yeah, I don't know what is going on. I saw you earlier a little bit here in the chat. This is a fun one. This is another fun one. You gotta, like, give it a little stair-steppy. Come on now. Bye, Squitter. Thanks, Squitter. Love you, Squitter. I would say see you next time, Squitter, but we will not see Squitter again. Until Donkey Kong Land 3, at least. There aren't going to be too many episodes before we get to Land 3 because there isn't that much extra materials for DKC3 to look at. It's just pretty much maybe going to be one episode, like the Nintendo Power episode, because I don't really think there's anything else. There's no comic that we'll be looking at anyway. Like, no English comic. There's no novel, you know? Yo, Mr. Thee, how's it going? What are you supposed to do? Alright, okay. Quick, before they get over here! Congrats on this 69. It's no 6-7, but you know. It's fine. I know, Diver, I'm so sad. What a missed opportunity. We need to call Michael Teitelbaum up for one last job, you know? It's like you gotta finish the fight. There's something that you have in your past that you've neglected. It's time. The world has now, you know, I bet I've raised more interest in the Donkey Kong Country novelizations than they've had in years. And, you know, somebody's... Now's the time to do it. I feel like there's probably something up there that I need to go get, but... Can I get back there? Wow! Fuck. I might have screwed myself. No, never mind. Yeah, the illustrations of these guys could potentially be a little too scary to have in a children's book. Yeah, whatever. It's much easier to get through that formation with Dixie anyway. Okay, well, I wanted to talk about Krematoa a little bit. So, I have a lot of theories coming off of Bonanza, and one theory that, you know, I developed mutually with some other people like Jeff, who you may know, good friends Jeff Onan, and some other people, is that Ingot Isle may in fact be Krematoa. Because, you know, all those maps that have the Northern Kremisphere on them when you go deeper into the underground world might suggest that, you know, the path you're taking in the underground world is directly beneath the Northern Kremisphere. And Ingot Isle kind of has that, like, volcanic-looking shape. And it is mostly, like, rocky on the inside, but it does have water in it. And it, you know, has the sinkhole that leads further underground. And you could say that it could be Krematoa, just that it's changed a lot over the years. It's something that's worth thinking about. Whatever. No, wait! Oh my god! I almost blew it! Exactly! That's another good point of evidence, Matt. Oh no. It's hard to talk about, like, in-depth theories when I'm playing this game, especially in these levels, so... I did want to talk about stuff while I was playing it, but it might make a little more sense to just kind of have a discussion session in one of our, you know, extra sessions for this game, because... Especially since we don't have a ton to cover of supplementary materials when it comes to this game, as I just said. So... I might do better actually communicating my ideas than trying to do it now. Especially because I'm running out of steam a little bit again. I've been streaming for over 4 hours already. Hey, I'm almost done. Even Victor's like, hey, it's almost dinner time, you know? I got 2 levels left. And of course the true final boss, which I don't like. You know, I know, what am I doing here? I can't believe I just wasted like 6 months of my life. It sucks. But anyway, another thing I'll say, which I'll at least throw this out here now, although I probably come back to it. Yep, started this back in December. you know, I'll come back to it at some point later. We can have a more in-depth discussion on this, but, so, you know, we know the Lost World from DKC2. We know the Crocodile Core and everything. But Krematoa is also a Lost World. It is also the Lost World of the Northern Kremisphere. It's a secondary Lost World. So, really, how can there be two? And, I like the implication that... So, say the Lost World from DKC2 is maybe very deep underground, and perhaps the original underground sublayer where the Kremlings are from, where they developed their civilization deep underground before coming to the surface on Crocodile Isle. But, say there was a different group of them, even when they still lived underground, that split off and came above ground in a different area in the world, and those came out of Krematoa, which may be Ingot Isle in the Northern Kremisphere, and developed an entirely closely related but different civilization. I don't know how to get in here without damage boosting. It's so hard. Ah! Jesus! Hold on. So I like to think that the reason... I'm trying to talk about this stuff while doing legit some of the actual hardest stuff in the game. I'm a fool. Just kill me. Yeah, I do like that little bit of retconning to make him a little bit more accurate to real-life parrots. Anyway, I like to think that the reason the Northern Kremisphere Kremlings look so different from the others from Crocodile Isle, or, you know, the ones that live more in the Donkey Kong Island area, is because they split off evolutionarily, like, really, really long ago. Like, this isn't just an area where, you know, some Kremlings moved in, like, 100 years ago during the Kremean War. Well, more recently than that is when the war was, because Bazooka's still alive, but... Like I said, this is just a little preview of the theory. I want to try to, like, find a better way to explain it and go into it at some point when I'm not doing, like, very difficult levels after 4 hours of streaming, but we can talk about it. Now, unfortunately, we don't have a ton of, like, concept art for this game to look at. I did a little bit of, like, digging around. Mark Stevenson has posted some stuff, but not very much. It's not really enough to make a whole episode out of. So maybe we can just have, like, a little talkin' theories episode. To me, this is maybe the hardest level in the game. Like, you know, when I was a kid, I thought the level that we're about to do, Rocket Rush, was freaking impossible, but you know, it's still hard. It's still very hard, but I've gotten a little bit better at it as I've gotten older, and if you're Victor, you can beat it on your first try ever of ever doing it in your life, like some kind of gaming god. So I guess it can't be that hard now, can it? But I think this level is tricky just to avoid taking damage, and, like, the bonuses in it in particular are, like, so fucking annoying. Yeah, see, there's so many levels to this theory. There's so many layers, you might say. And maybe the best way to look at these theories would be to outright dig up some of the actual discussions I had in like the weeks and months following Bonanza's release, because I think nothing could put it more succinctly than just the way it's already been put in some of the discussions I had previously. But I like the idea of the Kremlings up here as being like evolutionarily different. Because, you know, the theory I always had working off of before was just that they looked kind of weird because they got like extra strong pollution up here or something, which it does fit with the theme of the game, but like they are the super mutants of Kremlings. They're extra mutated. I hate this level so much! Yeah, see, that's the thing, Exalt, like, you know, people kind of discussed that before as being the reason that they can't really bring Kitty back, or if they did, you know, it would require a significant amount of effort that wouldn't really be worth it for a character that people don't even really like to begin with. Because we have seen enough time, like, pass in this series, you know, to show that, like, there has been the passage of time enough for Wrinkly to die and Tiny to go through puberty and stuff like that, so you couldn't just have Kitty and he's like still a toddler. Like, you would have to age him up a bit. And that would be... he'd basically kind of just be a different character at that point, so like, is it worth all the trouble? Obviously, if he has a statue in Bonanza or something, they'll just use his design from... because that's just a statue, it's not like the actual character, but god fucking damn it. Oh. Yeah, you have to, like, I guess just jump out really far and try to... This is the end of the level, please. Oh my goodness. Ugh. The first kitty clearance in this area. That's crazy. I think they're both too old, probably, to have been Kiddy Kong. What if Kitty is Void, though? Notice you didn't say that one. That would be like the, it would be like the Scrappy-Doo twist, where he was the one nobody liked, so he decided to turn into a villain. Coggers. Boy, I sure hope we found every bonus. Yes, we have. Alright, let's do it, Boomer! I like that this, he's... You know, even a toddler can come in and say, why don't you do this giant explosion? And, you know, the bear will just be like, okay, I'll take your advice, large toddler. Alright, here we go. Will I pull a victor? I doubt it. Alright. I'm locking in. I gotta concentrate here. I'm not gonna look at the chat. I'm sure you're not talking about anything weird whatsoever. Okay, that was one bonk. I think I can get away with like 2 bonks. Any more bonks than that, and it's over. Oh my god, 2 bonks. Okay, I can't bonk again. Alright, it's over. I don't think it's possible to— Oh no! Oh, we did it! You can do 3 bonks. It's like more forgiving than I thought. I did pull a Victor. Let's go. I think Victor bonked at least once. I don't think he had like a purely, absolutely flawless run, but... Oh man, that's nice. Nice to be done with that. Alright. I might actually finish this before the next ad break. We'll see though, I have a big struggle with this battle here. Even though it's short, but... Hey, you got another one of those cogs. Put it in the machine and see if anything happens. Now it is cool that, what on earth is that racket? Hey, take a look outside, Kongs. You won't believe it. It is cool that now everything becomes red, and if you go into the levels themselves, they are also very red. I don't know, I think that the DKC Returns levels are harder, because they are certainly a lot longer. And hey, at least in Rocket Rush you get some bonks that you can take instead of just dying if you crash into anything. See? Look at how fucking red it is in here. Oh my god. It's blinding, but I mean, you have no reason to go back into any of those levels, because like if you... I mean, I guess to get... No, because you get the DK coins for beating the... I don't know. Like... No, there's coins in there. So if you had missed coins, you might need to go back into the levels, but you have to have all the bonuses to get here to this point, but if you had missed coins, you might want to go back in. No, I love Stampede Sprint. Oh, whoop. Scuttling my super secret submarine. I skipped his first line. No! This is the last time you'll spoil my plans. I'm gonna bash you good. Whoa, big man. Right, look out, you cheeky monkeys. Wah! Oh, okay, it's fine. I thought that was gonna hit me. Baron K. Rulenstein and his Cheeto Puff dispenser machine that he uses to shoot Cheeto Puffs directly into his mouth when he's... That's why he built that machine. Like, he's at the helm of his submarine, and he can just turn his head, and the machine will shoot Cheeto Puffs directly into his face. What the hell? Come on now. Yeah, the fact that Big Man was, like, capitalized, too. Thank you, Reiji, for providing us with that text that I skipped past. I guess you can't duck there. You do have to like get up on the top of it. That's fine. I forget. Yeah, the thing about this fight to me is it's just like not fun. It's just a lot of waiting and having to throw things into like the top there, and like the timing of you throw it into the top and then it has to like come down in the back of, it's like I don't know, it's just annoying. It's just annoying. I am supposed to hit him on the back like before, right? Bro has improved his butt defense. Yeah, I guess I need to throw it lower? I don't know. I don't throw it up again, do I? A little higher, maybe? Okay, it's a little higher, I guess. I feel like there was some kind of error on the Mario Wiki, and I don't remember what it was, but I wanted to, like, this was like years ago, I don't remember what it was, but I wanted to, like, get an account there just so I could, like, fix that one error. I don't even think it was anything to do with, like, Donkey Kong Country. It was probably, like, something about, like, Flavio, I don't know. I don't remember what, I don't remember what it was. Alright. Yeah, I kind of throw it up a little bit, I guess. There we go. I think we're done with having to throw it into the suction thing and into the background, at least. Oh lord. Ah. It's like, it's hard to tell which direction the zappy is gonna come from. Fuck! Blech. Does it, like, alternate? I think it does. So it's from the left that time, so it'll be from the right next time. I hope that's the case. Alright, we did it. That's it anyway. GG. I like how he gets stuck on the wheel, but I don't understand why. Like, can't he just let go, man? Just let go. Alright, but we're not quite done yet. Unbelievable type of a situation. You found all the DK coins. I'm sorry, Dixie. I didn't think you'd actually find them all, so I got nothing new to show you. Hey, Dixie, just kidding, you know. May I introduce you to my finest and coolest creation yet, the Funky Copter. It should be called the Funky Copter there instead of the Gyrocopter. I'm not playing on toughest right now. You know, I thought I didn't want this to take even longer than it already was going to. Let's go visit the Queen Banana Bird. Wow. Oh, thank goodness. At last somebody's found me. That rotten, yellow belly K. Rool imprisoned me behind this evil barrier, which he sealed with a dark and powerful magic spell. Then he commanded a bunch of his wicked Kremlings to hide the only ones that could split the crystal key. My poor children. Only all of them together have the power to break the spell. Please, Dixie, find all of my children and bring them back to me as soon as you can. In return... Can't you just, like, go around this wall? I promise to rid this land of K. Rool forever. So keep your eyes peeled and return as soon as you can. Keep your eyes peeled. Haha, banana bird joke. After I'm finished with K. Rool, he won't even be able to look at a banana again. Yo, maybe this is why he hates bananas. And canonically grows to hate bananas and then only likes rotten bananas. It's because of experience with the banana birds. Yeah, so this is interesting because, you know, K. Rool has been shown to be a little bit of a magician before because whatever he's doing in DKC2 with his evil magic skull blasts that, like, can curse you and stuff. And the fact that he can turn invisible, although you could argue that maybe that was some kind of scientific science potion thing or whatever, but here we get a little more confirmation of him being some kind of evil sorcerer, which that's a side of him that he could bring out more in the future that we haven't really seen focused on. But I want to go back in here because you're back, but you still need to find 03 of my children. If anybody can find them, I know you can. I wanted to look at the symbols here. So if we want to know what are the like runic magic symbols for Kremling magic, you know, the crown obviously, and then you got like a K, and then some of these are specific to keeping the banana bird queen locked away, because you got like banana and you got, you know, eggs, like a keyhole. Some of these I can't really tell what they're supposed to be. Like I think that's like an upside down leaf or something. It really does, like, it just looks like she should be able to go around this, like, not very large wall, but I guess part of the curse is keeping her stuck there. Kay's cache. Keith's cache. Yes, that was me. With help from some friends on the concepts. YYBBYXXX. That was fun. I want to get back to that because I had some more ideas that we didn't get to. Not only the Kremlings, but we had the animal buddies and even some of the Kong helpers, all for this like potential medieval themed DKC game. Get into, come on, Belch's burrow. A, B, Y, X. Okay, that's easy. Just goes around in a circle, and then whatever happens after that. Maybe this is where Belcha lives. I mean, maybe Belcha just works at the old sawmill, but they live in that cave. The old Belchin factory. Yeah, that's where the little Belches are born. BBYAXXXYA. Dude, I didn't have to write any of them down this time. I'm smart. I'm a gamer. Alright, we did it, so I think, do we have to go to Wrinkly now? I don't remember, but I think she tells us to. Please, you found all my children. Go to Wrinkly's cave. She'll tell you what to do. Please hurry, don't slip up. You know, she's making banana references that I never understood, because obviously, you know, when I was a kid I didn't get that, and I didn't really, like, come back and think about it, but she says, don't slip up. She said, like, keep your eyes peeled. Like, that's totally intentional. She's doing a very, like... So I've been playing, I actually just started Dragon Quest Monsters, the Dark Prince, and it reminds me that, like, a lot of the Dragon Quest monsters, especially, like, when you talk to them as characters in the Dragon Quest games, they always have, like, a ton of puns that have to do with, like, whatever species they are. Like, slimes are always making, like, slime, goop, ooze puns, stuff like that. Like, they just intersperse them into their speech naturally. She's basically doing that, but with banana-themed stuff. Yeah, Exalt, I talked about this before, speaking of RPGs, but I talked about how, like, this game reminds me of a lot of RPGs where you get increasingly better vehicles and you can go different places. And whenever I play an RPG that does that, especially gives you like a big flying machine at the end to go anywhere, it reminds me of this game in particular, because that was my first experience with that kind of idea. Alright, and then the banana birds carry us away on their banana bird cloud, which is... I don't know. I like to imagine just Dixie mosh pit riding on a wave of banana birds. Dude, Kitty's not even with us. Kitty is not part of this. You did it! You did it! You found all of my children! Last they can be freed from K. Rool's spell. Ready, children. Sing along with me. I'll never be freed from K. Rool's spell. Oh, I'm so happy that we're a family again. And it's all thanks to you, Dixie, with no help from Kitty, because he's not here. She doesn't even know about Kitty. Now, as I promised, it's the time to fulfill my half of the bargain and teach K. Rool a lesson he'll never forget. Alright, this ending is so silly. Oh my god, stream promotion bot. Alright, sound off. What do you like better, banana birds or banana fairies? Both of them have kind of the same thing going on. They both have like a queen, and you gotta rescue all the other ones. Yeah, did he just like swim over from Krematoa and just like steal this from Funky? And of course the banana bird queen lays her pre-cracked egg. So we can do custom badges here on Twitch now, like for special events. Like, oh, if you were here to watch me play DKC3, you can get a special badge. And I didn't have time to make one, but I thought about making one. So maybe I'll do it for like our other sessions of this, but like sessions related to DKC3. But I wanted the badge to be just like this pre-cracked egg with like his eyes poking out. Anyway, we gotta watch Cranky's moves in the background. Yeah, blue has definitely made me appreciate banana fairies more than ever. But I've always still overall been a firm banana bird believer, you know. I just think, like, birds in general are cuter and cooler than humanoids, but they're both good, you know. We don't have to compete. They don't have to compete with each other. They're both good. Alright, I did not make it because I took so fucking long beating the game this time because we were blabbing. So Glover does not get dethroned. Glover gets to live on. And Chrono, unfortunately, is just not good enough. But yeah, I definitely took so much longer to beat the game than I normally do. No, Bub is one of the characters from the Bubble Bobble series, or also the Puzzle Bobble series, and I had just played the N64 Bust-A-Move or whatever. Before that one, you know, several years ago, so. Gex, of course, is Gex. Petch is, you know, Mario plus Rabbids. If you don't know Rabbid Peach, I called her Petch because I didn't like saying, like, Rabbid this, Rabbid that, so I came up with, like, goofy names for all of the, Rabbids, so I could say something shorter. Just, of course, is from last year, or 2 years ago. 2 years ago, from, Castlevania Harmony of Dissonance, and we did not do one this past year because I saved it, because I knew we were going to get to it for the chronology, although it did take a lot longer to get here than I thought. It just takes the name of your file. So it's Chrono. Like, you don't put anything new on that screen, it just takes the name of your file. Anyway, perfect timing. We don't have much time left before the next break, and I'm gonna go make dinner because it's late and I'm hungry. You know, that one piece of ham I ate is starting to wear off. But it's been fun. Like I said, we got a lot more to talk about regarding this game. It's just kind of difficult to talk about it in the moment of, like, playing it. Oops, sorry, brought up my stream. Anyway, next week we will be looking at Nintendo Powers related to this game. You know, some of them when we were looking at the Donkey Kong Land 2 stuff, some of those same issues had DKC3 previews in it, so we gotta... Did I miss it by like 1 minute? I think I missed it by 1 minute, because Glover was 405, right? That's kind of crazy. Even despite how extremely slow I felt getting through this game, I actually only missed the top score by 1 minute. Yeah, because I don't know what it counts, like, does it only count time spent in levels, or does it count your entire experience talking to the bears and all of that stuff being on the overworld? I don't know. But yeah, next week we'll be revisiting some of those very same issues we already looked at, so we can look at the DKC3 stuff, and also other issues that we haven't looked at yet. And I don't know, I feel like there's got to be at least one more session between that and Donkey Kong Land 3, but I'm not sure. I gotta think about it. Anyway, I will see you next weekend, and until then I will be getting through DK64 on the Switch this week, because I was bought a little bit of time, but I really do need to do that this week. So it's gonna be, what, more Donkey Kong on my stream? I can't believe it.